Chapter 1. Transmigration is Qian Xunji. Spirit City, luxurious and ancient, filled with a solemn historical atmosphere, contained a mountain shrouded in clouds and mist. The mountain was named Pope Mountain. At the summit of Pope Mountain stood an incomparably huge and magnificent palace, the Supreme Pontiff Palace. Pope Mountain and the Supreme Pontiff Palace were named after the master who resided within, the Supreme Pontiff. A sacred title, it was the faith of all spirit masters on the continent. In an elegant and ancient room within the Supreme Pontiff Palace stood a man over 2 meters tall. He had long, brilliant golden hair, delicate skin, azure eyes, and handsome features. Paired with the white and gold robe he wore, he looked exactly like a young nobleman. This man was Qian Xunji. I never expected that something like transmigration would happen to me, and that I would transmigrate into Qian Xunji. Having obtained the memories of the original Qian Xunji, he knew the current timeline of Douluo continent was when Qian Xunji had just reached level 80 and had not yet become the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall. Currently, the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall was Qian Dalu, and Bibi Dong likely had not yet reached the age of 6 to undergo the Spirit Awakening by Spirit Hall staff. With this timeline, combined with transmigrating into Qian Xunji, he truly felt zero pressure. In the current timeline, the only person on the continent who could pose a threat to Spirit Hall was Tang Chen. In the future, he would go to Slaughter City to undergo the Asura God trials. While completing the 8th Asura trial, he would be plotted against by the Rakshasa God and then parasitized by the 100,000-year spirit beast, the 9-headed bloody crimson bat king, becoming the Slaughter King of Slaughter City. Spirit Hall would then be the sole hegemon of Douluo continent. As for the Clear Sky twin stars, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, once they left the Clear Sky sect and traveled the continent, wouldn't Spirit Hall be completely invincible on the continent if they just met with an accident? Qian Xunji truly didn't see how he could lose. The entire continent could be said to be within his grasp. Did he transmigrate here just to experience life? What is this for? Qian Xunji suddenly discovered a card the size of a playing card in his hand. The small card was pulsing with a golden light that felt infinitely profound to him. On the back of the card was an image of a seraphim, and on the front was a line of small golden characters. Angel Possession Card. Randomly possess an Angel Martial Soul Spirit Master. Usage count. Once. Is this the golden finger for my transmigration? Qian Xunji couldn't help but chuckle. Compared to the various golden fingers of other transmigrations, this was definitely the bottom of the barrel, not even worth ranking, and simply embarrassing to look at. But he had transmigrated into Qian Xunji. What need did he have for a golden finger? He had already transmigrated into Qian Xunji. Did Tang San still think he could grow up? Even if Tang San had a rebirth, it wouldn't be possible. He would just be a speck on the side of the road. Can I possess Qian Dalu? Qian Xunji asked. Although he felt this card might not be needed, his curiosity made him want to see if this card was useful and if it was truly his golden finger for this transmigration. As he spoke, the golden card flickered with golden light, as if responding. On the back of the golden card, the seraphim pattern shifted, and the figure of Qian Dalu emerged. He appeared as a middle-aged man, 6 parts similar to Qian Xunji, with hair that was also brilliant gold like Qian Xunji's. He held the Supreme Pontiff scepter, wore brilliant golden armor, and his shoulder guards resembled the shape of a seraphim. He was very tall, over 2 meters. In the golden card, Qian Dalu's expression was serious, as if he were discussing something with someone. Judging by the environment, the place Qian Dalu was in was the Supreme Pontiff Palace. In other words, the golden card was reflecting Qian Dalu's current situation. And on the front of the golden card, the small golden characters changed. Do you choose to possess Qian Dalu? At this moment, a maid with a pretty face and a well-proportioned, tall figure, who served Qian Xunji's daily needs, walked over and said respectfully, "Young Lord, His Holiness the Supreme Pontiff requests your presence at the Supreme Pontiff Palace." I understand. Qian Xunji put the small golden card into his spirit tool storage, just in case, it might come in handy someday. Supreme Pontiff Palace. F.A. There. Although Qian Xunji was somewhat reluctant, he had after all transmigrated into this body, so he still had to call him father. Just as he spoke, Qian Xunji noticed that the atmosphere in the Supreme Pontiff Palace was very wrong, appearing somewhat oppressive. Below the steps in front of the Supreme Pontiff throne, beside Qian Dalu, was an old man with an extremely aged face, over 2 meters tall, about the same height as Qian Dalu. He wore a white and gold robe with gold trim, and on the back of the robe, a lifelike golden crocodile was embroidered with gold thread. This old man was the person with the most seniority in Spirit Hall, the only current enshrined elder of the Enshrinement Hall, Gold Crocodile Douluo. In the golden card earlier, the person Qian Dalu was talking to with a serious expression must have been Gold Crocodile Douluo. Xunji, come here, Xuan, Ji. Qian Xunji's facial muscles twitched slightly. How did Qian Dalu manage to give his son a name that was nearly 10 years ahead of its time? Qian Dalu took a breath and said, Xunji, there is something I must tell you. Qian Xunji nodded slightly. He guessed that Qian Dalu was about to retire and pass the position of Supreme Pontiff to him. According to the age gap between Qian Xunji and Bibi Dong would be taken as a disciple by Qian Xunji, who would become the Supreme Pontiff, just after arriving at Spirit Hall. Qian Dalu's abdication should happen within this recent period. Xunji, I have had a rebirth. Qian Xunji's pupils widened. Seeing this expression on Qian Xunji, Qian Dalu felt that Qian Xunji was likely not a person with a rebirth, and continued, to be precise, your father and the second enshrined elder have both had a rebirth from the future. The so-called rebirth refers to having a second life after death. However, your father and the second enshrined elder are different. Your father and the second enshrined elder possess all the memories from now until after your father and the second enshrined elder die. I know you might not be able to comprehend this for a moment, so let me tell you what happens in the future first. Qian Dalu explained concisely. After that, Qian Xunji would obtain his 8th spirit ring, break through to the spirit Douluo realm, and he would pass the position of Supreme Pontiff to Qian Xunji. Afterward, a genius with twin spirits and the second innate full spirit power in the history of the Spirit Master's world would come to Spirit Hall. Qian Xunji would immediately take her as a disciple. More than a decade later, because of Yu Shaogang of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, Qian Xunji would commit despicable and base acts against Bibi Dong, bringing shame to the angel clan of Spirit Hall. Chapter 2. Rebirth in the Clear Sky Sect. Speaking of this, Gold Crocodile Douluo couldn't help but interrupt. Big brother, what exactly did Qian Xunji do wrong? That woman Bibi Dong's spirit was awakened by our Spirit Hall. We at Spirit Hall fed her, clothed her, spent huge resources, and even used top-tier spirit bones to cultivate her. In the end, she wanted to run off with a piece of trash from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, ignoring the painstaking efforts Spirit Hall put into her cultivation, and went to strengthen the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect to oppose our Spirit Hall. I think no faction could tolerate such a traitor. In my opinion, it is clearly because Qian Xunji and you were too soft-hearted, still allowing her to remain as the Holy Maiden of Spirit Hall and the successor to the Supreme Pontiff position. If not for that, the future Spirit Hall would not have been made a mess by that woman Bibi Dong, and young Mrs. Cultivation talent would not have been wasted, leading to the result of the Spirit Empire. Young Miss would have long since become a god and unified the continent. As for that so-called Tang San, he wanted to become a god. I would have slapped him to death when he was at the Spirit Emperor or Spirit Saint realm. Qian Dalu initially wanted to refute, but after hearing what Gold Crocodile Douluo said, he swallowed his words. It was indeed as Gold Crocodile Douluo said. If they had abolished Bibi Dong early on, or slapped her to death, and let his granddaughter stay in Spirit Hall to cultivate diligently, she would likely have become a god 10 years earlier. At that time, Tang San was still a 14 or 15-year-old youth participating in the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament. At this moment, Qian Xunji frowned slightly. What happened? Why had Qian Dalu and the second elder been reborn? Could it be the butterfly effect from his own transmigration? A huge mountain range over 1,000 meters high was shrouded in clouds and mist. There were mountains, streams, forests, and all kinds of scenery. Looking from bottom to top, one could only see 2 stone platforms made entirely of stone, each carved with a statue of a person holding a large hammer. Between the 2 humanoid statues carrying large hammers was an endless stone staircase. At the entrance of the stone staircase was a huge gate, and on the plaque above the gate, 3 large characters were written in a vigorous and powerful hand, Clear Sky Sect. On the main seat in the highest, fortress-like building of this mountain range sat a very tall man. The man looked to be around 30 years old, with long brown hair draped behind him, wearing a headscarf. His appearance was somewhat handsome, exuding a masculine aura. He wore a windbreaker made of cowhide, wrapping around his bronze-colored skin and explosive, strong muscles. He sat with his legs crossed, leaning against the main seat, invisibly exuding an aura that dominated the world. This man was none other than the current sect master of the Clear Sky sect, Tang Chen. Tang Chen, who was dealing with the affairs of the Clear Sky sect, suddenly shivered, his pupils widened. A moment later, he stood up abruptly and looked in one direction, his eyes flashing with brilliance, excitement evident on his face. He spat out 3 words, Bo Saishi. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Chen rushed out of the Clear Sky Hall like a cannonball, flying towards the direction of Sea God Island. Shishi, this time I will definitely achieve the Asura God position and marry you in style. We will ascend to the God realm together and attain eternal life. We won't need to go to that suffocating world that one enters after a divinity dies. Tang Chen's face was full of excitement. He had just realized that he had been reborn. He would not let his body collapse due to the poison of the 9-headed bloody crimson bat king, nor would he fuse the Asura divine power he had cultivated all his life into the Asura demon sword to leave for his great-grandson Tang San. With the help of the divinity, his soul would turn into an immortal divine soul, and together with Bo Saishi, they would love each other forever in the world where the divinity dies and divine souls reside. Loving each other forever as souls, at first glance, this seemed like a relatively perfect ending. But for Tang Chen, who had returned from rebirth with memories of living in the world of buried gods, this was a terrible ending. How could the immortal divine souls of Tang Chen and Bo Saishi compare to the powerful immortal divine souls of the true dead divinities? In that world of buried gods, the status their divine soul strength could obtain was equivalent to that of the gods or divine hunters of the god realm. They were the lowest of the low, miserable working laborers. For Tang Chen, who dominated the world and suppressed an era, how could he endure such humiliation? If it weren't for Bo Saishi being by his side, he would have long since gone to fight those old, dead divinities. He would rather have his divine soul shattered, never having a chance at reincarnation, than accept such eternal life. Grandfather. Not long after Tang Chen left the Clear Sky Hall and flew towards Sea God Island, Tang Xiao arrived at the Clear Sky Hall, because he had also been reborn, at the same time as Tang Chen. Tang Xiao was now 29 years old, and his cultivation was only at the Spirit Emperor level. In the Spirit Master's world, he had not yet ascended to the ranks of the strong, and his strength was not high. He prepared to inform Tang Chen of the events of the future, that the ambitious guys in Spirit Hall were secretly accumulating power and plotting against the entire continent, to discuss the next countermeasures. Although Tang Xiao came to the Clear Sky Hall to find Tang Chen immediately after his rebirth, he naturally couldn't find him, as Tang Chen had already run off without a trace. The Tang family members were all devoted lovers. Tang Xiao and Tang Hao were both obsessed with love, but for the two brothers Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, the sect was more important than love. However, Tang Chen's obsession with love was such that love was far more important than the sect. For a single word from Bo Saishi, he resolutely abandoned the sect and embarked on the ethereal path to becoming a god. Spirit Hall. Young Miss was no match for Tang San and was knocked down from a height of 10,000 meters. I was also seriously injured by the Hell White Tiger at that time, with less than 30% of my strength remaining. To save young Miss, I blew myself up to offset some of the impact young Miss received from falling from 10,000 meters. By this point, both Qian Douluo and Gold Crocodile Douluo had finished their narration. Gold Crocodile Douluo's tone was low, showing his bleak view of the Spirit Empire's ending. Jer, you must immediately go under the angel statue and pray for 108 days to receive the trial of the ancestor god and complete the angel god trial. Qian Daoliu's face was cold to the extreme, bloodshot eyes appeared in his eyes, and a cold, biting murderous intent was released from his body. The entire Supreme Pontiff Hall seemed to turn into an ice cellar in the blink of an eye. Learning that in the future, Spirit Hall would be destroyed, his granddaughter who achieved the angel god might be killed by Tang San's great-grandson, and his own family would be wiped out, Qian Daoliu was already close to madness. Father, what are you thinking? Correct. Once you reach level 99, I will go and slaughter the Clear Sky sect. I will take that old thing Tang Chen down with me. Qian Daoliu was already close to losing control. He didn't expect that his own mercy, not wiping out the Clear Sky sect, and even letting off Tang Hao, who was the biggest accomplice in severely injuring Qian Xunji and leading to Qian Xunji being killed by Bibi Dong, would result in that junior Tang Hao daring to yell at him. His family was ruined, and his 10,000-year foundation was destroyed in one fell swoop. Chapter 3. Target Bo Saishi. Qian Dalu had not yet completely lost control, and the sole remaining descendant of the Seraphim lineage, Qian Xunji, had not yet grown up. If he went to perish together with the Clear Sky sect now, who would open the angel god trial for Qian Xunji? Qian Xunji's talent was lacking. If the angel god trial were gone, the Qian family would likely decline completely. This would be a tactical victory but a strategic failure. Qian Xunji did not move and asked, "Father, is that sea god Douluo on Sea God Island a level 99 limit Douluo just like you, the high priest of the sea god?" "That is correct. Why do you ask? Then what are you hesitating for? Hurry to Sea God Island and win the heart of the sea god Douluo. Wouldn't that mean our spirit hall would immediately have 2 limit Douluos? Would Tang Chen, a single limit Douluo, be a match for 2 of you?" Qian Xunji knew clearly that in the original story, Qian Daoliu and Tang Chen both went to Sea God Island, met Bo Saishi, and pursued her simultaneously, but Bo Saishi chose Tang Chen. As for the reason, it was naturally because Tang Chen had higher talent and was a free spirit who cultivated to become a level 99 super Douluo on his own. Women admire the strong, just as men like wealthy women. Among the 7 holy pillars of Sea God Island, Sea Dragon Douluo, the second strongest on the entire island, was a muscular brute. Judging by the description of his brawn, he was by no means weaker than those hammer-wielding people from the Clear Sky sect, yet Bo Saishi had no feelings for Sea Dragon Douluo whatsoever, making her preferences quite clear. Admiring strength combined with deep affection, after falling for Tang Chen due to his strength, she remained loyal to the end and never felt moved by others with superior talent who surpassed Tang Chen, such as the later Tang San. She even wanted to kill Tang San to wait for Tang Chen. In this regard, Bo Saixi's view on love, in this distorted world of the Douluo continent, could be considered the best among the worst. It was quite good. As long as Bo Saishi did not see the more talented Tang Chen, if Qian Daoliu went to Sea God Island alone to pursue her, given that his looks were streets ahead of Tang Chen's, it would not be very difficult to win Bo Saishi over. This way, Spirit Hall could immediately add 1 limit Douluo to its combat power, and Qian Xunji might even be able to get a god-bestowed spirit ring for free. The original Qian Xunji's spirit ring configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black was, to be honest, quite pathetic. He didn't even have a single 100,000-year spirit ring. The first 7 spirit rings could not be changed, but the last 2 had to be carefully selected. What are you thinking, boy? Tang San is the one who inherits the sea god. To open the gate to the sea god 9th trial, we high priests must sacrifice our lives. Bo Saishi, just like the Clear Sky sect, is a mortal enemy of our spirit hall. Qian Daoliu's tone was filled with killing intent, without a hint of affection. For Qian Daoliu, the faith in the angel god was always paramount. His feelings for Bo Saishi couldn't even compare to a single hair of his faith in the angel god. Qian Xunji said very calmly, "Father, hasn't that yet to happen? In the future, millions of troops from the 2 great empires will attack our spirit hall. With millions of troops, their expenses for weaponry, horses, and food would be an astronomical figure. To keep up with logistics, they would have to mobilize the power of the entire nation. This means in the future, our spirit hall will be besieged by everyone from the 2 empires. Everyone in the 2 empires will have a hand in the destruction of Spirit Hall. Are we supposed to kill all 100 million people in the 2 empires? Don't be so pedantic, father. There are no permanent enemies, only permanent interests. The 2 empires, which have been at war for thousands of years, chose to unite just to deal with our Spirit Hall." Seeing that Qian Daoliu was still hesitant, Qian Xunji had to play his trump card. "Father, think about it again. My talent, combined with Bibi Dong's, for the thousands of years of our Qian family's angel god legacy, Bo Saixi's spirit is the same divine rank spirit as ours, the sea god. If you win Bo Saishi over and have offspring, the child born might possess twin divine rank spirits, the seraphim and the sea god. That would certainly be able to inherit the god position of the divine ancestor." "That's right, big brother. Gold Crocodile Douluo also advised, what Qian Xunji says is correct. The Spirit Master's world has always been filled with endless strife. Every time a 10,000-year spirit bone appears, all the major families and sects get involved, fighting until rivers of blood flow. Those family spirit masters at least have helpers, but those commoner spirit masters participating in the strife have everyone as an enemy. Are we supposed to kill every spirit master in the spirit master's world who might compete with him for resources? Fine. Qian Dalu was indeed persuaded, especially since if he pursued Bo Saishi, the offspring they produced would almost certainly be able to inherit the angel god position. The continuation of the Qian family and the stability of the Qian family alone were enough to make him let go of many things, such as the hatred for Bibi Dong killing his child in the original story. As for things like the secret room, he truly couldn't bring himself to do it. For the sake of the birth of the angel god's descendant, he couldn't do that either. Jer, I have noticed that you have changed a lot. Could it be that you also? Qian Daoliu showed a look of suspicion, feeling that Qian Xunji had also experienced rebirth. The various clear and logical analyses urging him to go to Sea God Island to pursue Bo Saishi were completely unlike what a Qian Xunji of this age could say. The Qian Xunji who was killed by Bibi Dong in the secret room in the future probably couldn't have thought of so much. Based on his understanding, Qian Xunji should have listened to him, been equally furious, and rushed non-stop to pray under the angel statue, working hard to complete the angel god trial and reach level 99 cultivation. That's right, Father. Like you and Uncle Gold Crocodile, I am also a person who has experienced rebirth. Qian Xunji hesitated slightly before replying. His hard nature was indeed different from the original Qian Xunji, so he might as well pretend to be a person who had experienced rebirth. This would also explain the sudden change in his temperament. Qian Daoliu laughed. Although I don't know why we have experienced rebirth, fortunately, the heavens have given us another chance. Tang Chen, those dogs from the Clear Sky sect, this time, I will definitely slaughter their entire sect, not leaving even a single mouse behind. Qian Daoliu put away the Supreme Pontiff's scepter. The golden armor he was wearing was also changed into a white and gold robe with golden trimmings, simple yet elegant. He soared into the air and flew toward the direction of Sea God Island. Qian Xunji, what are you thinking about? Gold Crocodile Douluo asked, seeing Qian Xunji staring in the direction where Qian Daoliu had left, his brows furrowed. I am thinking about whether, besides our spirit hall, there are any people who have experienced rebirth in the Clear Sky sect. If Tang Chen is also a person who has experienced rebirth, then Tang Chen will certainly go to Sea God Island as well. If Father pursues Bo Saishi, I fear he will fail again. Gold Crocodile Douluo was an old fox. Although Qian Daoliu had glossed over the story of how he and Tang Chen had traveled together to Sea God Island, based on the fact that Tang Chen left the Clear Sky sect shortly after to embark on the path to becoming a god, it was evident that the two old men must have been pursuing Bo Saishi together, and Bo Saishi had made a certain request. I hope that won't be the case. Chapter 4. 3 Limit Douluo. As Qian Daoliu and Tang Chen both rushed toward Sea God Island, a stunning woman appeared above vast sea city. The woman wore a white-gray sleeveless mini dress with a long hem, revealing two slender arms like tender lotus roots and long, straight, slightly delicate legs. She appeared to be about 1.8 meters tall, with long white hair cascading down her back. Her gentle, beautiful face was captivating, and she looked to be at most around 30 years old. She wore the sea god crown, and her eyes were a translucent pale pink, with eyelashes coated in pink mascara that matched the color of her eyes. Her lips were thin and rosy, exuding the unique charm of a beauty who had lived and grown up by the vast sea. Her beauty stemmed more from her temperament, noble, elegant, and warmly gentle. In her right hand, she held a 3-meter-long scepter. It was golden, the same shade of gold that had just appeared in the sky. The entire scepter was carved with magical patterns, and the head featured a diamond-shaped protrusion resembling a spear. 5 inches below the tip of the spear, a diamond-shaped golden gem was embedded. If one were to judge solely by appearance, she was undoubtedly a rare beauty, but her temperament was incomparable to anyone else's. This woman was Bo Saishi. Like Tang Chen, she had been reborn with an immortal divine soul from the place of God's burial. Upon realizing she had been reborn, she immediately left Sea God Hall on Sea God Island and headed for the continent, preparing to rekindle her connection with Tang Chen. At this time, Tang Chen's wife had already passed away, and Tang Chen was single again. She could not wait another dozen years. When Tang Chen and Qian Dalu had come to see God Island together, that foolish oaf Tang Chen had misunderstood her intentions and embarked on the path to godhood with full passion. Out of pride, she had not clarified, spending over 30 years in solitude. When she saw Tang Chen again, his body was collapsing, and he had returned to see God Island near the end of his life. After arriving at Vast Sea City, Bo Saishi descended gracefully and asked the local spirit masters about the location of the Clear Sky sect. In her life, she had rarely left Sea God Island. After stepping onto the continent and falling in love with Tang Chen, she had foolishly stayed on Sea God Island waiting, so she had absolutely no idea where the Clear Sky sect was. Not long after buying a map in Vast Sea City and determining the location of the Clear Sky sect, Bo Saishi suddenly sensed an aura approaching that was no less powerful than her own. It was sacred and bright. She was very familiar with this aura. It was the aura of Qian Dalu. Bo Saishi had initially intended to hide her aura, not wanting to see Qian Dalu, for there was nothing to discuss. Whether before or after her rebirth, she considered herself one of the Tang family members. She should have been with Tang Chen long ago and belonged to him, but some misunderstandings had caused a delay. In the future, Tang Chen's great-grandson, Tang San, would have an irreconcilable feud with Spirit Hall. Naturally, she would stand on the side of the Tang family members, sacrificing herself to help Tang San achieve the Sea God position. However, Bo Saishi sensed that Qian Dalu's path seemed to be toward Sea God Island. In her memories, Qian Dalu's trip to Sea God Island was supposed to happen over a decade later, and with Tang Chen. Not understanding why things had changed and worried about the safety of Sea God Island, she appeared above Vast Sea City to block Qian Dalu's path. Bo Saishi. Qian Dalu looked at Bo Saishi, shock appearing in his eyes. He was somewhat surprised as to why Bo Saishi appeared in Vast Sea City. Shouldn't she be staying on Sea God Island? Qian Dalu. Seeing that Qian Dalu could actually call her name, Bo Saishi responded with a slight frown. Bo Saishi. You. Qian Dalu and Bo Saishi realized that although this should have been their first meeting, they were both able to call out each other's names and acted as if they knew each other. They quickly realized that both of them had been reborn. Bo Saishi revealed a polite smile. I didn't expect we would both be reborn. Qian Dalu, what are you doing going to Sea God Island? Qian Dalu's face did not show a smile, his eyes narrowing slightly. He had not expected Bo Saishi to be reborn as well. With Bo Saishi reborn, his plan to go to Sea God Island to pursue her had failed before it even began, because he knew that the person Bo Saishi loved was Tang Chen. Since Bo Saishi was not staying properly on Sea God Island but had appeared alone in Vast Sea City, she must be inquiring about the location of the Clear Sky sect to go there and meet Tang Chen. Since Bo Saishi had been reborn, there was no possibility of turning her from an enemy into a friend. Bo Saishi was still an irreconcilable enemy of Spirit Hall and had to die. Qian Dalu, do you intend to kill me? Sensing Qian Dalu's restrained aura, Bo Saishi narrowed her beautiful eyes. Her fingers gripping the sea god scepter turned slightly white, and the aura of the sea was released from her body. That's right. Since we are both reborn, we both know that Spirit Hall and the Clear Sky sect are destined to be irreconcilable enemies. You want to kill me to eliminate an enemy for Spirit Hall. But do you really think you can kill me? In the sky, I admit I am no match for you, but you also have no ability to kill me. Yet on the sea, taking your life would be as easy as reaching into a bag for an object. The clash of the limit Douluo auras caused the weather to change. The originally sunny Vast Sea City soon became overcast with dark clouds. The people of Vast Sea City looked up at the sky, feeling as if a great disaster was imminent. The muscles in Qian Dalu's face twitched slightly. He truly hadn't expected Bo Saishi to be reborn. Bo Saishi was right. In the sky, she was not his match, but killing her was almost impossible. Moreover, this place was very close to the sea, and there was plenty of water vapor. The only plan now was to rely on his invincible speed in the sky to return to Spirit Hall at full speed, retrieve the divine artifact Angelic Sacred Sword from the Angelic Secret Realm, intercept Bo Saishi on her way to the Clear Sky sect, and then kill her. He absolutely could not let Tang Chen and Bo Saishi meet. With the power of the Angelic Sacred Sword, Qian Dalu was confident in killing Bo Saishi, but he was not certain about killing Tang Chen. This was because Tang Chen's self-created spirit ability, the Great Sumeru Hammer, had a profound truth called ring explosion, which could detonate spirit rings and gather all their energy into the clear sky hammer spirit, erupting with terrifying power. According to his estimation, if Tang Chen fought desperately and used ring explosion, detonating all 9 rings, the power of the clear sky hammer would likely surpass a limit Douluo and reach the divine rank. He would not be a match for divine rank power, even with the angelic sacred sword. At this moment, from afar, an aura of spirit power, no less thick than that of Qian Dalu and Bo Saishi, and possessing a domineering power over the world, surged over. Bo Saixi's cold expression became extremely excited. Qian Dalu's expression darkened. He was all too familiar with this aura. Tang Chen had arrived. This meant that Tang Chen was also very likely a reborn person. He could not stop Tang Chen and Bo Saishi from meeting. If the Clear Sky Sect and Sea God Island united, their strength would be far greater than Spirit Hall's. If things continued this way, the fate of Spirit Hall would likely repeat itself. His rebirth would have been for nothing, and instead of bringing hope through sacrifice, it would lead to despair as Spirit Hall was destroyed along with him. Chapter 5 Qian Xunji. I have to log in personally. A look of ruthless determination flashed in Qian Dalu's eyes. He still had one last trump card, forcibly accommodating the angel god position and utilizing the power of the angel god. However, this would come at a tremendous cost. It wouldn't be a formal inheritance of the angel god position, but rather forcibly accommodating the angel god position into his body. It would be equivalent to a limit Douluo's body bearing divine rank power. His body would be unable to withstand such immense power and would continuously collapse. Moreover, because of the forced accommodation, he would not possess the angelic divine raiment, nor could he utilize the full might of the angelic sacred sword. He wouldn't even have the angel god's divine skills. He could only be considered a pseudo-angel god. However, a pseudo-angel god is still an angel god, possessing the might of a divine rank. Risking his life, he could slaughter the Clear Sky Sect and Sea God Island. As for the Qian family potentially losing the angel god position, if it's lost, so be it. It's better than being annihilated. With the absolutely loyal gold crocodile Douluo, he could fully protect Qian Xunji as he grows up. He would have Qian Xunji take many wives, bear offspring, and transform Spirit Hall into the angel sect or the angel family. In just a few breaths, Qian Dalu had already arranged everything. Shishi, Chen, Bo Saishi flew towards Tang Chen and threw herself into his embrace. The two hugged tightly, their faces extremely gentle, exchanging affectionate glances, the picture of a loving couple. Qian Dalu, standing to the side, felt his blood pressure soar. He was furious, yet a hint of bitterness and confusion also emerged. He remembered that after Tang Chen made the vow not to return until he became a god, he left Sea God Island and vanished from the continent for over 30 years. But with Bo Saishi and Tang Chen looking like a loving couple, could it be that Tang Chen became a god and went to Sea God Island to find Bo Saishi? But that wasn't right either. Bo Saishi had already sacrificed herself to open the Sea God's gate for Tang San. Even if Tang Chen had become a god, he shouldn't be able to be with Bo Saishi. Qian Dalu, what are you doing here? Perfect, prepare to die. Tang Chen stared at Qian Dalu with cold, murderous intent. Beneath his feet, 9 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red, lit up. Accompanied by an incredibly domineering and terrifying spirit power, a massive hammer appeared. The handle was 3 meters long with hidden spiral patterns, and the hammerhead was the size of a large water vat, engraved with complex demonic patterns and the mark of the slaughter god domain. Tang Chen's killing intent soared to the heavens, and the slaughter god domain erupted with blood-red light. The pitch-black clear sky hammer suddenly turned as blood-red as fresh blood. Having been reborn, he had not forgotten how his Hauer, his most proud and precious grandson, had been forced by this shameless old thing Qian Dalu, who bullied the young with his seniority, to lose an arm and a leg, becoming a cripple and falling from a titled Douluo to a spirit saint. His own descendants of the Clear Sky Sect had suffered heavy losses and were forced to seal the mountain and live in seclusion. At that time, when he heard this news, if it weren't for his body being on the verge of collapse and his lifespan nearing its end, he would have long since stormed Spirit Hall and slaughtered everyone from top to bottom. After being reborn, He had originally planned to go to Sea God Island to meet Bo Saishi, continue their romance, and then go destroy Spirit Hall. He hadn't expected Qian Dalu to be right here, which was even better. The one who should die is you. 9 spirit rings also appeared beneath Qian Dalu's feet. His 6-winged angel martial soul possessed him, and 6 wings sprouted from his back. The angel right arm spirit bone transformed into a 3-foot-long sword that landed in his hand, and he began to clash with Tang Chen. Bo Saishi stepped aside and watched Tang Chen and Qian Dalu fight quietly. She did not intervene. Knowing that Tang Chen was invincible and could resolve it alone, Tang Chen would not want her help. On the other side, 1,000 meters in the high air, Qian Xunji was flying at full speed towards the sunset forest. He had reached the cultivation level of an 80th rank quasi-spirit Douluo. Coupled with the angelic domain, his strength alone was completely not inferior to an ordinary titled Douluo. In the current Spirit Master's world, excluding Tang Chen, no one had the ability to pose a threat to him. Holding a golden card, Qian Xunji watched the battling Qian Dalu and Tang Chen. The relaxed and happy feeling of having transmigrated to experience life was gone. He hadn't expected Tang Chen to also be reborn. It would be one thing if Tang Chen were reborn, but he hadn't expected Bo Saishi to also be a reborn person. This was somewhat troublesome. Qian Xunji did not feel despair like Qian Dalu, nor was he prepared to forcibly accommodate the angel god position in a desperate attempt to take him down with him. In his view, there was still a way to break the deadlock. How is Qian Dalu using his seraphim? What are his wings for? He knows full well that in terms of destructive power, the clear sky hammer is unrivaled in the Spirit Master's world, yet he uses a sword to meet it head-on. It seems I have to use this little card. In the scene, the way Tang Chen used his clear sky hammer was nothing short of miraculous. Relying on the combination of his own powerful spirit power and technique, his attacks, which reached the pinnacle of perfection, were often difficult for opponents to block. Qian Dalu held the Liangtian sword, and his swordsmanship was equally exquisite. From Qian Xunji's perspective and understanding, it was like an incomprehensible heavenly book. Facing every hammer blow Tang Chen smashed down, Qian Dalu was able to purely use the Liangtian sword to collide with the handle of Tang Chen's clear sky hammer, neutralizing the force of Tang Chen's clear sky hammer to the smallest degree. Qian Xunji's swordsmanship was not on the same level as Qian Dalu's at all. If he used the angel possession card to have Qian Dalu fight on his behalf, the combat power displayed would certainly not be as good as Qian Dalu's, but that was only limited to head-on clashes. When a Spirit Master uses their spirit, it can provide boosts to the Spirit Master themselves. If these boosts were broken down into 5 major categories: attack, defense, speed, healing, and support, with 10 being the full score. The clear sky hammer's attack power would be a full 10 points, but all other aspects would be 0. Its speed could even be considered negative points. At most, because Tang Chen had passed through the Slaughter City and obtained the Slaughter God domain, which weakens the enemy's strength and increases his own combat power, his support ability could be rated a 9. Whereas the Angel Martial Soul could be rated a 9 in all 5 categories, it could be called an absolutely omnipotent spirit, pure stats. Except for not being an opponent to the clear sky hammer in a head-on clash, it would completely crush in all other aspects. Anyone with a bit of gaming common sense knows that if one side can form a crushing advantage in speed, and the attack power is not vastly different, once the faster person kites the opponent, they can completely drag the opponent to death with ease. In Qian Xunji's view, the Seraphim versus the Clear Sky Hammer was completely like a 10-stack boiling blood iron Terminator vs the Blue Old Man. The Blue Old Man was just a little blue man in front of the 10-stack boiling blood iron Terminator. Over 100 miles away from Vast Sea City, in the air several hundred meters high, Bo Saishi was still quietly acting as a spectator on the side, not participating in the battle. Qian Daoliu and Tang Chen confronted each other, temporarily stopping their fight. Tang Chen sneered, "Qian Daoliu, I really didn't expect you to also be reborn. So many years have passed, and your strength really hasn't improved one bit. Your strength, you old thing, is nothing special either. To think you were reborn after becoming a god, which divinity had a lapse in judgment and actually passed the god position to a guy like you." Qian Daoliu snorted coldly. Due to a lack of information, and seeing Tang Chen and Bo Saishi looking like a loving couple earlier, He thought Tang Chen had become a god, resurrected Bo Saishi who had opened the door for Tang San's 9th trial of the sea god, and then the two were together. Chapter 6. Isn't handling the clear sky hammer just a matter of using your hands? Hearing this, Tang Chen froze slightly, a mocking smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Qian Dalu, let me tell you the truth. I failed to inherit the god position and became a high priest of the god position, just like Shishi. However, both my soul and Shishi's soul were transformed into immortal divine souls and entered the land of god burials. I didn't see your soul in the land of god burials. It seems your ancestor god did not transform your soul into an immortal divine soul. After your rebirth, you rushed to see God Island in such a hurry. You must be trying to take the opportunity to pursue Shishi, right? Knowing your charm isn't as great as mine, and thinking only you were reborn, you wanted to use the advantage of rebirth, hoping to win Shishi's heart while her horizons hadn't yet been broadened. You are truly shameless, Qian Dalu. Originally, I thought you were a man, just a coward. Now it seems you are just a hypocritical piece of trash. It's no wonder the angel god didn't transform your soul into an immortal divine soul. Your Qian family members are all trash. Your son is no match for my grandson, and your granddaughter is no match for my great-grandson. If it weren't for having a good ancestor, your Qian family wouldn't even be fit to carry shoes for my Tang clan. A hypocritical piece of trash like you isn't even worth carrying my shoes. I'd find it dirty. Blue veins bulged on Qian Dalu's forehead, and monstrous killing intent surged from his body. Just as he was about to swing his sword to slash at Tang Chen again, his expression suddenly calmed down, the killing intent dissipated, and Qian Xunji took over the account. Qian Xunji moved around, feeling Qian Dalu's body, and said indifferently, despicable, shameless, and hypocritical. You really think too highly of yourself, Tang Chen. 5th Spirit Ability, Sword of Holiness. Spirit Hall, the upper 3 sects, and other top families in the Spirit Master's world all keep spirit beasts in captivity. Based on generations of experimentation, they have explored the most suitable first few spirit abilities for their own spirits and capture the spirit beasts that produce these types of spirit rings to keep in captivity. Qian Xunji and Qian Dalu's first 7 spirit abilities are identical. With Qian Xunji possessing Qian Dalu, he is unaware of what Qian Dalu's 8th and 9th spirit abilities are, knowing only the first 7, but that is more than enough to deal with a mere long-handled clear sky hammer. Around Qian Xunji, hundreds of golden vortexes appeared on his left and right sides. From within the golden vortexes, swords of holiness shot out at an extremely fast speed, one after another, hundreds of them attacking Tang Chen. Hey, you're bringing out this kind of spirit ability to embarrass yourself. Qian Dalu, are you out of moves? Tang Chen sneered, and his 5th spirit ring lit up. The giant blood-colored clear sky hammer began to spin in front of him, forming a protective shield. The shield was also covered with a layer of killing intent from the slaughter god domain. Clear sky protection was activated. A series of metallic clashing sounds rang out as the clear sky protection blocked all the swords of holiness. The overall power of the Swords of Holiness was dispersed into hundreds of parts, and the power of the dispersed spirit ability could not break through Tang Chen's clear sky protection at all. However, Qian Xunji casting the Sword of Holiness was not intended to deal damage with the spirit ability, the goal was to force Tang Chen to defend. After Tang Chen released clear sky protection, Qian Xunji used his 4th spirit ability, Angel's Descent, increasing his speed by 50% and spirit power by 100%. The wings behind him flapped, his speed surged as he headed towards Tang Chen, holding the Liangtian sword, and slashed down with a single sword strike. Seeing that Qian Dalu was actually slashing down from above, using a slash instead of a thrust, Tang Chen's sneer deepened. He felt that Qian Dalu was truly giving up and acting recklessly, his sword moves had actually become so sloppy. He raised his hand, grabbed the spinning giant clear sky hammer, held it horizontally in front of him, and blocked the Liangtian sword without much effort. The next moment, both Tang Chen and Bo Saishi, who was watching from afar, were suddenly stunned. Qian Dalu actually let go of the Liangtian sword, and the Liangtian sword turned into a golden light and returned to his right arm. He stretched out both hands in an embracing gesture and pressed down on the massive hammer body of the clear sky hammer from the side. A strange smile appeared on the corner of Qian Xunji's mouth. Tang Chen, you should be very clear about this. For spirit masters, under the same quality, beast spirits are stronger than tool spirits before level 70. After reaching level 70 and awakening the martial soul avatar, tool spirits are stronger than beast spirits. The 10 core competencies of martial spirits that Yu Shaogang plagiarized, except for the one he added himself, that there are no useless spirits in the world, only useless spirit masters, and as long as one finds the right method to cultivate the spirit, one can also become a peak expert. The other 9 theories are indeed correct, but they have many loopholes and are not rigorous at all. Under the same quality, beast spirits are stronger than tool spirits before level 70 because, without specialized boosting spirit abilities, using a tool spirit does not bring physical enhancement to the spirit master like it does for beast spirit masters. As the battle drags on, the tool spirit master's body consumes energy faster and is prone to being unable to hold up. After reaching level 70 and awakening the martial soul avatar, using the martial soul avatar allows part of the body and mind to merge into the spirit, which can be considered as tool spirit possession. The hardness of a tool spirit of the same quality far exceeds that of a beast spirit. Upon reaching the titled Douluo realm, a spirit master's body and mind can fully merge into their spirit, as if becoming the tool spirit of their own spirit, and beast spirit masters are even less of a match for tool spirit masters. Of course, the main reason this piece of knowledge could be summarized is that this is the Douluo continent, where battles are only about hard clashes and trading ultimate moves. Concepts like kiting or harassment do not yet exist in the minds of spirit masters. Otherwise, among experts, tool spirit masters would not be generally stronger than beast spirit masters. The clear sky hammer, being the heaviest and having the number 1 destructive power that creates a gap when it smashes down, would not be the number 1 tool spirit under heaven, and it would not have a suppressing effect on all other tool spirits. Without using the martial soul avatar, when Tang Chen clashes with Qian Dalu who has the 6-winged angel martial soul possessed, he needs to rely on the heavy power of the clear sky hammer. It's equivalent to an ordinary person needing to hold a kitchen knife to be able to compete with someone who has trained and is physically strong. Once the hand holding the kitchen knife is controlled, the ordinary person is simply no match for the physically strong person. The state between Qian Xunji and Tang Chen right now is exactly like this. With the clear sky hammer spirit being held down by Qian Xunji, Tang Chen is equivalent to an ordinary person without a kitchen knife. The muscles in Tang Chen's arms bulged, and he wanted to pull the clear sky hammer back from Qian Xunji's palms, but relying on just his physical strength, he simply could not compare to Qian Xunji, who had the 6-winged angel martial soul possessed in the spirits. Augmentation. Qian Xunji's wings flapped behind him, he flew backward, and he exerted force from his waist and arms. Like practicing Tai Chi or kneading dough, the head of the clear sky hammer was in his palms, being swung around as casually as a basketball. Tang Chen was completely unable to resist and was dragged along by Qian Xunji's strength. Chen, Bo Saishi, in the distance, cried out. Her beautiful eyes widened, and her face was somewhat dull. The situation between Qian Daoliu and Tang Chen at this moment was like a bully snatching a toy from a child. The child desperately wanted to snatch it back, but even using all his strength was useless. He struggled bitterly, being dragged away, along with the toy, by the bully. Chapter 7. Bo Saishi attacks. The helpless child before her was Tang Chen. Bo Saishi had never seen such a powerless and even comical image of Tang Chen. In her memory, Tang Chen had always been an indomitable, domineering, free-spirited, and upright man. Tang Chen, being dragged by Qian Xunji, clearly felt his own comical, weak posture, especially since this scene was playing out before his beloved, Bo Saishi. He instantly flew into a rage. His right arm began to glow, and he prepared to activate his right arm spirit bone skill to enhance his physical strength. However, Qian Xunji quickly noticed Tang Chen's movements. In the brief moment before the spirit bone could fully activate and release its power, he forcefully smashed the clear sky hammer downward with both hands. Tang Chen's figure, which had been blocked by the clear sky hammer, was exposed before him. He then flapped his wings again, charged forward, stepped onto the clear sky hammer as it swung downwards, and kicked off it fiercely to accelerate a second time, arriving right in front of Tang Chen. Tang Chen was still using both hands to neutralize the force Qian Xunji had applied to his clear sky hammer to prevent it from being knocked out of his grasp, so he could not defend in time. He could only watch helplessly as Dalu landed an elbow strike with his right arm onto his right temple. Ah! Tang Chen let out a miserable scream and was sent flying hundreds of meters by Xunji, only to be caught by Bo Saishi. Chen! Bo Saishi cried out. She looked at Tang Chen's head. His thick, long brown hair had a bald patch, and the headband he had been wearing was gone. Her eyes, filled with killing intent, turned toward Dalu. A playful smile played on Xunji's lips. He loosened his grip, and the hair he had torn from Tang Chen drifted down, instantly ignited by the angelic domain surrounding him, and turned into a pile of ashes. Dalu. A single elbow strike was, of course, not enough to defeat Tang Chen. Tang Chen opened his tiger-like eyes. His right eye had turned blood red from the blow to his temple. Monstrous killing intent erupted from his body, and the slaughter god domain radiated a bloodthirsty crimson light. The release of Tang Chen's slaughter god domain became even more terrifying. The temperature of the area plummeted rapidly, the sky was dyed red, and tiny ice crystals began to fall. Xunji said in a flippant tone, "Do not be angry, Tang Chen, anger lowers one's intelligence. If anger could bring victory, the word, failure, would have long since ceased to exist in this world. Dalu, I will tear you to pieces." Having lost such face in front of his beloved Bo Saishi and being mocked by Dalu like this, Tang Chen's eyes turned crimson. He breathed heavily like an ox, his voice thundered, and his slaughter god domain erupted crazily as he charged at Dalu. His seventh spirit ring lit up, and the blood-colored clear sky hammer expanded in the wind, its hammerhead growing to the size of a small hill. Tang Chen merged himself into the clear sky hammer, becoming one with it. The massive clear sky hammer smashed down, and wherever it passed, even space itself emitted cracking sounds. Bo Saishi sensed the power of this hammer strike. Having been through rebirth and having fought both Tang Chen and Dalu, she knew the power of this full-force strike from Tang Chen. Dalu would have to use every ounce of his strength to withstand it. On land, without the blessing of the ocean's power, if she were to fight to the death with Tang Chen, she would absolutely be hammered to death by his clear sky hammer. Dalu, you really shouldn't have completely enraged Chen. Spirit Hall shall completely disappear from this world today. Bo Saishi shifted her gaze from the clear sky hammer, which was flickering with blood-colored lightning, to Dalu, and suddenly realized that he had already moved 1,000 meters away, arms crossed over his chest, watching the scene with calm composure. Tang Chen unleashed the terrifyingly powerful clear sky avatar and charged at Dalu. For every 100 meters he chased Dalu would retreat 100 meters with lightning speed, quietly waiting for the pursuing clear sky avatar. He maintained a constant distance from Tang Chen, as if he were walking a dog. The martial soul avatar is an all-around amplification of all the spirit's attributes. The clear sky hammer's destructive power is in a league of its own, and after unleashing the martial soul avatar, its destructive power became even more terrifying. However, because Tang Chen, the wielder, had entered the clear sky hammer, it also became clunkier and less agile than before, effectively sacrificing speed for a massive increase in attack power. The slaughter god domain that Tang Chen had obtained from Slaughter City could compensate for the clear sky hammer's clunkiness. The killing intent within the slaughter god domain could seal a spirit master's movements, making it impossible for them to dodge and forcing them into a direct confrontation. But the six-winged angel martial soul came with its own angelic domain, which could cancel out the slaughter god domain. Tang Chen's slaughter god domain had absolutely no effect on Xunji. Dalu, you coward, do you not dare to fight me head-on? From within the clear sky avatar, Tang Chen's roar came. Using the martial soul avatar consumed an extreme amount of spirit power. If Dalu kept dodging and didn't take the hit head-on, his spirit power would eventually be exhausted. He could not stand the humiliation of losing to Dalu, this despicable, shameless, and insidious hypocrite, nor could his proud heart bear the thought of using his martial soul avatar to attack with full force, only to have to deactivate it without achieving any results. Xunji immediately replied coldly, "If you're unskilled, practice more. How about you don't use the clear sky hammer's hammerhead, and I won't use the seraphim's wings? You have the qualifications to be my opponent. It is because I want to hone my sword skills, and because I truly consider you a friend, that I have decided to fight you fairly." And now you, a friend. Your Tang clan of the Clear Sky sect, with your selfishness, shamelessness, and rat-like existence in the gutter, your only value is to be slaves, to do more blacksmithing and build this world. Long-handled hammers are precisely the tools of construction workers. Before the Clear Sky sect was established, your Tang clan seems to have started out by blacksmithing and doing construction, right? Truly born with the constitution of a slave. Boom. At this moment, another massive surge of spirit power welled up. It was Bo Saishi who had made her move. Although Bo Saishi was unwilling to admit it, it seemed that her Tang Chen was indeed unable to defeat Qian Dalu, who was using such shameless tactics. As Tang Chen's wife, how could she watch her husband be humiliated? An incomparable aura of majesty was released from Bo Saishi. Under the cover of a massive blue light, a huge golden phantom slowly emerged behind her. The phantom was humanoid, and it was from this that the majestic aura was being released. Although its features were unclear, one could vaguely see that the phantom was holding a huge trident in its hands. 8 black and 1 red, 9 spirit rings circled beneath her feet. Bo Saishi. Tang Chen deactivated his martial soul avatar, not daring to look at Bo Saishi, who had come to help him. Being humiliated by Qian Dalu and having no way to deal with him was simply too shameful, destroying the tall and perfect image he held in Bo Saixi's heart. Bo Saishi reached out her fair, delicate hand and took hold of Tang Chen's broad, thick palm, saying gently, "Chen, it's okay, this is not your problem, it's just that the Clear Sky hammer is inferior. To the 6-winged angel martial soul. You will always be my Chen." If Qian Dalu did not have the blessing of the divinity behind him, he would not have the ability to cultivate to level 99 like you. And level 99 is not your end. With me here, in this life, you will definitely be able to attain divinity. Chapter 8. The Foundation of Spirit Hall. Feeling the power Bo Saishi brought him, Tang Chen gripped her palm tightly, his expression becoming incomparably domineering once again, and he laughed loudly, "Shishi, let's first kill that old turtle Qian Dalu, then destroy Spirit Hall. With you here, I will definitely be able to inherit a divinity in this lifetime. When that time comes, we will hold the most spectacular wedding in the entire continent." Tang Chen and Bo Saishi charged toward Qian Xunji together. If Tang Chen was a warrior, then Bo Saishi was entirely a turret, and a turret with terrifying firepower at that. Bo Saishi raised her hand, and the water vapor in the air gathered around her, forming small water droplets the size of thumbs. These droplets were fired simultaneously at Qian Xunji, and the power of each droplet was enough to make an ordinary titled Douluo struggle to parry. Tang Chen, along with these small water cannons, charged toward Qian Dalu. With Bo Saixi's help, he no longer needed to worry about Qian Dalu using that strange move from just moments ago. Qian Xunji fought while retreating, avoiding their sharp edge. Seeing this, Bo Saishi released the sea god scepter in her hand, brought her hands together in front of her face, and a red brand emerged on her forehead. It was a dark red trident mark. A dark red light shone onto her palms as spirit power and mental force converged into this red color, then erupted outward. Golden crescent blades were emitted from her palms one after another, with an interval of only 0.5 seconds between each. These crescent blades could be manipulated by Bo Saishi. They moved at an extremely high speed, and wherever they passed, even the space itself emitted a faint tearing sound, showing how terrifying their power was. Seeing this, Qian Xunji immediately devised a countermeasure. He first increased the distance between himself, Tang Chen, and Bo Saishi to prevent their slaughter god domain and sea god domain from suppressing his angelic domain, which would have restricted his only advantage, speed. While dodging the crescent blades, Qian Xunji saw that the distance between Tang Chen and Bo Saishi had increased, so he charged toward Bo Saishi, bringing the crescent blades behind him. "Shishi, be careful," Tang Chen roared, once again cursing Qian Dalu for being like a cowardly turtle, only knowing how to use underhanded tactics and not daring to confront him head-on. Bo Saishi was already prepared. Such an obvious little trick from Qian Xunji certainly couldn't catch her off guard. When Qian Xunji was about 100 meters away from her, a flash of golden light appeared in her palms, and she launched a much larger and more powerful crescent blade that she had already condensed toward Qian Xunji. Boom! Space tore as the large crescent blade collided with the previous ones, canceling each other out. After neutralizing the crescent blades, Qian Xunji once again put distance between himself and Bo Saishi and Tang Chen. Tang Chen said playfully. Shishi, this old man sees it clearly now. Qian Dalu doesn't dare to confront us head-on. Since that's the case, let's just go destroy Spirit Hall. When the time comes, let's see if Qian Dalu still hides like he is now, like a cowardly turtle. Bo Saishi shook her head. That won't work, Tang Chen. In Spirit Hall, Qian Dalu can borrow the power of the temple, which greatly enhances his strength, just like me on the vast ocean. Is that so? In that case, I will go inherit my god position first. Tang Chen's gaze fell back on Qian Dalu, and he said, Qian Dalu, cherish the last few years of your life. Once this old man becomes a god, that will be the day your spirit hall disappears from this continent. If you beg for mercy now and cripple your own cultivation, perhaps this old man can spare your lives. Having already torn off the mask of civility, the only thing Tang Chen worried about now was the safety of his descendants while he went to inherit his god position. Besides Qian Dalu, Spirit Hall also had that old crocodile, gold crocodile Douluo. If he went to Slaughter City to participate in the Asura god test and Qian Dalu led the Spirit Hall army to attack Clear Sky Sect, even if Bo Saishi protected Clear Sky Sect, she could only hold back Qian Dalu. Clear Sky Sect would be unable to resist Gold Crocodile Douluo and the other spirit masters of Spirit Hall. By the time he returned after inheriting the Asura god position with the help of Bo Saixi's Sea God's Light, Clear Sky Sect would have been wiped out. His descendants would be gone. Even if he hacked Spirit Hall and Qian Dalu into pieces, it would be hard to quell the hatred in his heart. That was why Tang Chen said what he did about Qian Dalu crippling his own cultivation. As for sparing Spirit Hall, sparing Qian Dalu deserved death 1,000 times over and had caused him to lose such a great amount of face, sparing them was impossible. This was just a delaying tactic to protect his descendants. Qian Xunji sneered, Tang Chen, Bo Saishi, do you really think that just because you two are limit Douluo, you have Spirit Hall in the palm of your hands? As the oldest power on the continent, with its predecessor being the Angel Church, Spirit Hall has existed for tens of thousands of years. Is our foundation something you can imagine? Do you think Spirit Hall has no trump cards? Could it be the divine thought of your angel god ancestor in the place where the angel god position is inherited? Bo Saishi pondered slightly and said indifferently, Qian Dalu, tens of thousands of years have passed. The divine thought left behind by the angel god at the inheritance site has long since dissipated from being overused by your Qian family ancestors. What other trump card could you possibly have? You certainly wouldn't know. Once Spirit Hall faces an irresistible threat of destruction, the high priest of the angel god can forcibly accommodate the angel god position and display divine rank strength. Spirit Hall is located in the very center of the continent, at the entrance to the Stardow Great Forest. Having defended the continent against beast tides for tens of thousands of years, how could we not have a trump card? Tang Chen and Bo Saixi's expressions darkened slightly as they doubted the authenticity of Qian Dalu's words and communicated via sound transmission. Shishi, are these words from Qian Dalu credible? There is some credibility to it. Having served as the Sea God High Priest for many years, Bo Saishi knew more than Tang Chen, who had passed away not long after becoming the Asura God High Priest. If there were more than one top-tier vicious beast on the continent like the deep-sea demon Whale King that joined forces to attack humanity, then it would be reasonable for the angel god to leave this trump card for Spirit Hall after the divine thought left behind had been exhausted. Although she had been rebirthed, in Bo Saixi's eyes, the angel god ancestor was still like the sea god, a great divinity who was selfless, kind, benevolent, and cared for all living beings. It was just a pity that her descendants were a bunch of power-hungry scum. Bo Saishi said, forcibly accommodating the angel god position must have very serious consequences, right? Qian Xunji said indifferently, of course. With a limit body, using divine rank power will cause my body to constantly collapse. But do you think I cannot kill you both completely before my body collapses? At worst, we all perish together. On the road to the Yellow Springs, with Clear Sky Sect, Sea God Island, and the two of you, along with tens of thousands of people to keep me company, this old man won't be lonely. Bo Saishi rebuked angrily, Qian Dalu, you are truly insane. Are you not afraid of the sea god's wrath? Qian Xunji snorted coldly, if it's all going to be destruction anyway, wouldn't it be better to take you with me? This old man doesn't want to go that far either. Tang Chen, Bo Saishi, we are all people who have returned through rebirth. You don't want to see this result happen either, right? Why don't we make an agreement? Chapter 9 Agreement. Tang Chen asked, what agreement? Judging by what you just said, you have the ability to inherit a god position, but you need the help of Bo Saishi. If you truly inherit a god position, Spirit Hall would be no match for you once you have achieved it. However, similarly, if I were to forcibly accommodate the angel god position, even if you joined forces, you would not be my opponent. Why don't we call a truce for now and leave our fates to our descendants? Whoever has the ability to inherit a god position first, that will be the time for the other side's destruction. During this period, you are not allowed to meet. If you choose to refuse, I will not be polite, and I will drag you down with me. Perhaps you might have a chance to hide while I return to Spirit Hall to accommodate the angel god position, but at Clear Sky Sect and Sea God Island, I will not even leave a single fly behind. Qian Xunji said, filled with killing intent. When he spoke the last sentence, his tone was firm and decisive. Tang Chen narrowed his eyes, killing intent surging. His expression became incomparably gloomy and filled with rage. In truth, Tang Chen found this agreement from Qian Douluo laughable. After he and Bo Saishi both transformed into immortal divine souls and entered the land of god burials, he learned from Bo Saishi about some of the things that would happen in the future. His great-grandson, the sea god, Tang San. Qian Dalu proposed this agreement likely to let his granddaughter inherit the angel god position even earlier than in the future to turn the tables. As for Qian Dalu's son, that good-for-nothing Qian Xunji, he led a large group of people to besiege his grandson, Tang Hao, only to be hammered into defeat. Qian Xunji was even hammered to death, dying from severe injuries, so he was immediately dismissed from his consideration. As for why he said it was laughable, if Qian Dalu had the ability to let his granddaughter inherit the angel god position earlier, did he not have the ability to let his great-grandson Tang San inherit the sea god position ahead of time? As long as his great-grandson Tang San was raised and nurtured in the Clear Sky Sect from a young age, his growth rate would definitely be faster than growing up wildly outside. Not to mention Tang San, as for his precious grandson Tang Hao, a rare genius of the Clear Sky Sect in a century, he also had confidence. As long as he sat in command at the Clear Sky Sect and properly nurtured Tang Hao would not suffer severe injuries like in the future, forced to cut off his limbs to purge the blood stasis in his body, causing his cultivation to drop to a spirit saint. As long as Tang Hao grew up normally and his talent was fully tapped, this grandson he was most proud of would also have the ability to inherit the Asura god position. What truly enraged Tang Chen was that he could not meet with Bo Saishi. He deeply loved Bo Saishi. They were already spiritual husband and wife, and soon they would be so in the physical body as well. He could not inherit the Asura god position alone. If Tang Hao inherited the Asura god position instead, when Tang Hao was bewitched, he could knock Tang Hao awake, or when he himself was bewitched, Tang Hao, who had already obtained the Slaughter God domain, could lead the experts of the Clear Sky Sect to arrive at Slaughter City to wake him up. Both methods would require at least nearly 20 years of time. Not being able to meet the person he loved most for nearly 20 years because of coercion was simply more painful than killing him. But what other choice was there besides accepting? Could he really watch his descendants and the spirit masters of Sea God Island be slaughtered by Qian Dalu? I agree. As a virtuous wife, Bo Saishi saw Tang Chen's thoughts and took the initiative to answer for him, once again preserving Tang Chen's dignity. Shishi. Bo Saixi's stunningly beautiful face was reflected in Tang Chen's eyes. His pupils trembled, and his eyes were filled with reluctance, unwillingness, and resentment. Bo Saishi reached out her hands, stroking Tang Chen's tough face and his firm jawline. She shook her head and looked at Tang Chen with eyes full of love. Chen, a brief separation is for a better reunion. What is the big deal about being separated for just a period of time? I will wait for you to come and pick me up. Tang Chen nodded vigorously. In his heart, he had already put Qian Dalu on a kill on-sight list, where there would be absolutely no forgiveness no matter what. Also on this list was the Rakshasa god. If it weren't for that divinity plotting against him, given his own talent, he would have been fully capable of inheriting the Asura god position independently without needing Bo Saixi's help. Qian Dalu's agreement also held little binding power over him. And there was also the angel god behind Qian Dalu. If a son is not taught, it is the father's fault. As a dignified divinity, whose descendants were all a bunch of hypocritical and shameless hypocrites, the ancestor actually had no reaction at all and even granted the right to use the god position to Qian Douluo. It was truly damnable. Bo Saishi really wanted to share a deep kiss with Tang Chen, but the appetite-ruining Qian Douluo was here. She could only look deeply at Tang Chen and slowly retreat in the direction of Sea God Island. After retreating 1,000 meters, she flew toward Sea God Island. Tang Chen gave Qian Douluo a death glare filled with earth-shattering hatred, then flew toward the location of the Clear Sky sect. He had to fully nurture Tang Hao and let Tang Hao enter Slaughter City early to obtain the Slaughter God domain. Only then would he be able to use spirit abilities in Slaughter City without restrictions. When the time came, because of the Rakshasa god's schemes, he would fall at the 8th trial of Asura and be possessed by the 9-headed bloody crimson bat king. Tang Hao would then be able to activate the Slaughter God domain, bring his son and the elders of the Clear Sky sect into Slaughter City, and wake him up. After Tang Chen had gone far away, Qian Daoliu's body trembled, and his pupils became somewhat unfocused. Memories of having fought Tang Chen and Bo Saishi and threatening them to set the agreement emerged in his brain. Did I do all of this? Qian Daoliu muttered, looking like he was doubting his own life. He could be certain that the person who fought Tang Chen and Bo Saishi earlier was definitely not him. Where would he ever say something like, "If you're weak, practice more"? His fighting style was not like that either. It was possible he had been possessed by a ghost. It must have been Lord Angel God who acted. Qian Daoliu's expression became excited, and he quickly came up with an answer. A single Tang Chen was already enough of a headache for him. If Tang Chen and Bo Saishi joined forces, he would only be able to flee in panic. And the person who borrowed his body was able to use the 6-winged angel martial soul so well, suppressing Tang Chen, such that even when Tang Chen and Bo Saishi joined forces, they could do nothing. Besides the angel god ancestor, who else could it be? After all, the 6-winged angel itself originated from the angel god ancestor, and only the angel god ancestor could unleash the maximum power of the 6-winged angel. On the other side, Qian Xunji opened his eyes in a hidden cave, stood up, and flew at full speed toward the sunset forest again. The cheat was used up, but fortunately, he had bought time to stop Tang Chen from inheriting the Asura god position. Next, it would be his stage. Whether there was a chance to inherit the Asura god position was not the point, but the angel god position was guaranteed. The high priest of the angel god had the ability to forcibly accommodate the angel god position. It was just that because the body could not withstand the divine rank power brought by the god position, it would collapse. Qian Xunji looted all the immortal herbs at the ice and fire yin-yang well, as well as the spirit bones of the ice and fire dragon kings beneath the ice and fire yin-yang well. Those were 2 divine rank spirit bones. In terms of quality, excluding the spirit bones produced by the gold and silver dragon kings, there were no spirit bones whose quality was better than these 2. At that time, would his physical fitness not have the ability to bear the angel god position? Although a god was called a god, they were nothing more than more powerful spirit masters. Chapter 10. Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well. In the Sunset Forest, Qian Xunji flew all the way to the core area. At an altitude of 1,000 meters, he did not worry at all about being attacked by spirit beasts. Even if there were attacks, given the quality of the spirit beasts in the Sunset Forest, they would be no match for him. In the core area of the Sunset Forest, a hill about 500 meters high was particularly conspicuous. This 500-meter hill was covered by a dense, primeval forest. Looking down from above, the lushness of this great forest far exceeded other areas of the Sunset Forest, indicating that this mountain contained much richer heaven and earth spiritual qi. Arriving at the summit of the hill and gazing intently, an inverted cone-shaped mountain hollow came into view. At the edge of the hollow, thick heat could faintly be seen emerging from the bottom. The heat was moist, flowing down along the hollow to nourish the primeval forest below. Apart from Douluo Bo, who discovered the ice and fire yin-yang well, no other spirit master would likely be bored enough to go hiking for exercise in a perilous spirit beast forest, especially in the core area. With this primeval forest here, it was estimated that even after many years, no one would discover the ice and fire yin-yang well inside the hill, and even if they did, they would be sitting on a mountain of treasure without knowing it. Qian Xunji descended from the sky, flew into the valley mouth, and arrived at the ice and fire yin-yang well. The hot spring was not large, but it was divided into two parts. In the oval-shaped pool, it was split into two by milky white and vermilion spring water, distinct from each other, neither encroaching on the other, always remaining on its own side. Around the pool, through the thick, red and white mist, there were many strange flowers and herbs growing densely in a patch. Blazing apricot delicate, octagonal mysterious ice grass, yearning heartbroken red. Wengchuan chushui du, ethereal chrysanthemum, narcissus jade physique, 8-petal orchid, coxcomb phoenix sunflower, Qiluo tulip, fragrant Qiluo immortal herb, 10,000-year ginseng king, snowy swan kiss, 9-rank purple ganoderma. Qian Xunji took out the booklet of strange flowers and herbs he had borrowed from Yuguan before leaving the Supreme Pontiff Palace. Yuguan was currently still a spirit saint, so it was simple for him to get it. He took out his tools and first dug up all the immortal herbs growing in the ice and fire yin-yang well. He intended to consume as many of these immortal herbs as he could. For ordinary spirit masters, eating one immortal herb was enough. Being greedy would lead to indigestion, and they might even be exploded by the massive energy contained within the immortal herb. But that was only for ordinary spirit masters. Tang Wadong from Douluo Dalu too had eaten all the immortal herbs. It was evident that as long as one's physique was strong enough, immortal herbs could be consumed consecutively. In the end, the immortal herbs in the ice and fire yin-yang well were just the grass growing on the graves of the ice and fire dragon kings below. If placed in the god realm, they were likely just common flowers and grass seen everywhere, not even qualified to be snacks for the children of divinities, and might even be looked down upon for not tasting very good, requiring them to be eaten according to requirements. After basically digging up all the immortal herbs growing in the ice and fire yin-yang well, Qian Xunji took out a jade knife and an iron blade, cut down the blazing apricot delicate and the octagonal mysterious ice grass, rolled them into a ball, and stuffed them into his mouth in large mouthfuls. In almost just the time of 3 breaths, Qian Xunji's body trembled violently. A layer of ice blue rose directly from under his feet, and in the blink of an eye, his whole person had completely turned blue. Immediately after, another layer of red rose, and he looked just like a freshly boiled shrimp. After entering this state, Qian Xunji leapt into the spring eye of the ice and fire yin-yang well to refine his body with ice and fire. A huge canyon shrouded in haze and flickering with lightning, located above a lake. This was the dragon cemetery, where rows of gray giant dragon statues stood encircled. Between the statues, as far as the eye could see, there were all crisscrossing rivers. In these rivers, houses made entirely of stone, with a thick and somewhat domineering appearance, were built. This was the residence of the upper 3 sects, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. In one of the houses towards the inner part of this residence, there was a little boy who was only 5 years old. The little boy held his head, his face full of bitterness. This little boy was Yu Shaogang, the reborn Yu Shaogang. After learning of his rebirth, Yu Shaogang's mindset was completely different from the excited Tang Chen, Tang Xiao, Qian Dalu, and Gold Crocodile Douluo. He felt extremely distressed. Who wants to be reborn? The answer is those who have regrets, life sorrows, or those who know opportunities and yearn to return to the past to intercept them. Tang Chen, Tang Xiao, Qian Dalu, and Gold Crocodile Douluo all had regrets, but as for Yu Shaogang, he did not need it. His life had already been a perfection. Although the first half of his life was very sorrowful and suffered endless ridicule, in the second half, everything he pursued was achieved. The powerful strength of a level 93 dragon god Douluo, the #1 theoretical grandmaster in the Douluo continent that no one could shake, the continent's greatest wise man, the teacher of the Shrek 7 gods, the white moonlight lover whom the empress of the destroyed spirit empire, Rakshasa god Bibi Dong, never forgot in her life, the imperial preceptor of the Heaven Do Empire. And he had achieved a happy ending with Lu Erlong, becoming an immortal couple, and had birthed excellent offspring who inherited his golden sacred dragon spirit with innate talent. In terms of reputation, if he said he was second on the entire continent, no one could be above him, except for his disciple Tang San who taught the dual gods in one, including the Shrek 6 devils who became gods one after another later. His life in the second half was already completely perfect. Where was the need for rebirth? What should I do? In a few months, it will be the day of my spirit awakening. Yu Shaogang looked down at the palm of his right hand with some pain. He still clearly remembered the shocked expressions of the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and his father's disappointed face after he awakened his spirit, Luo San Pao, and his innate spirit power was measured at only half a level. Then, what greeted him was the endless ridicule of the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, losing face to the entire Spirit Master's world. He did not want to experience these things again. After using the resources of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect to cultivate hard and stopping at a level 29 Spirit Grandmaster, he completely solidified the name of a waste. Waste and clown became labels he hadn't been able to remove for decades, until he met Tang San. That's it. Yu Xiaoging's eyes widened, and he suddenly recalled that he was stuck at level 29 and unable to advance until Tang San brought back the 9-rank purple Ganoderma to help him solve it, and Tang San had gotten the immortal herb from Douluo. As long as he could obtain the 9-rank purple Ganoderma again, as well as those immortal herbs, the defects of his spirit could be solved. His spirit would no longer be Luo San Pao, but the top-tier beast spirit, the Golden Sacred Dragon. He would be a genius comparable to Tang Hao, or even surpassing Tang Hao, looking down on the continent. The 9-rank purple Ganoderma was in the Sunset Forest. Not only the 9-rank purple Ganoderma, but also the precious and extraordinary immortal herbs that made the Shrek 6 devils almost reborn. As long as he got those immortal herbs, not only could he solve the spirit defects and become a top genius looking down on the continent, but after his father consumed the immortal herbs, he would definitely be able to break through to a higher realm and become stronger. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect would then not be destroyed by the Spirit Hall, and the entire sect would not be slaughtered. Chapter 11. Yu Xiaoging wants to rise up. Rebirth is meaningful. Yu Xiaoging's face was swept clean of pain. He became excited and spirited, running towards the residence of his father, Yu Yuanjun. Why was his first half of life so sorrowful? Why did he embark on the path of theory? Wasn't it because his talent was lacking and his spirit was a trash spirit? Having experienced rebirth, he finally had the ability to make up for the regrets of his first half of life. He could save the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and also Bibi Dong, another great regret of his 2 lifetimes. Even if he achieved a happy ending with Lu Erlong and spent a lifetime in love, Bibi Dong remained the woman he loved most in his heart. The position of a first love is not so easily shaken. Upon learning that Bibi Dong still loved him before she died, and hearing her tragic last words, Bibi Dong became more than just a first love in his heart, she also gained a layer of tragedy. Beautiful, strong, and tragic, for a man, this is practically a regret with buffs fully stacked. Donger, in this lifetime, I will absolutely not let you suffer the toxic hands of that beast Qian Xunji, living a life of misery. I will make you happy for a lifetime, always the kind, simple person you were when we first met. Yu Xiaoging had already imagined himself consuming the immortal herb, the 9-rank purple Ganoderma, rising to become a top genius of the continent comparable to Tang Hao. Using his powerful strength and the absolute top-tier theories of the continent he had already mastered in his previous life, he would capture Bibi Dong's heart. If Qian Xunji wanted to interfere and harbor evil intentions towards Donger, he, relying on the Golden Sacred Dragon Spirit, could easily press that piece of trash Qian Xunji to the ground and rub him into the dirt. Reborn, and with the memory of Tang Hao, who had just achieved a breakthrough to title Douluo, smashing Qian Xunji with 3 hammer strikes, and his own disciple smashing Qian Runshui with the clear sky hammer without even adding a spirit ring, he no longer thought much of the so-called 6-winged angel martial soul. It just had 10 levels more of innate spirit power and a slightly faster cultivate speed than the average spirit master. As for the emotional issue, regarding Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong, Yu Xiaoging could only express that in this world where the strong are respected, having multiple wives and concubines is very normal. This continent has always allowed for multiple wives and concubines, as long as you have the ability, both men and women can do it. Although he spent his life in love with Lu Erlong and produced a genius descendant, Yu Xiaoging still had some regrets. Specifically, regarding his descendants with Lu Erlong, to prevent the stigma of the cousin marriage scandal from spreading and causing his reputation to suffer, he ordered his descendants to all take their mother's surname instead of Yu. Taking the mother's surname is something that only happens when a man marries into the family and lives off his wife, which makes the man lose dignity and face. But compared to dignity and face, Yu Xiaoging loved his reputation more. As long as he was with Bibi Dong, and had Bibi Dong to act as a shield for Lu Erlong, he would no longer have to worry about this issue. The children he had with both Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong could all take the surname Yu. Spirit Hall, Enshrinement Hall, Qian Dalu returned. Gold Crocodile Douluo asked, Big brother, why have you returned so early? Qian Dalu sighed and said, it is not just us and Jie who have been reborn, that old thing Tang Chen has also been reborn, and Bo Saishi as well. How could this be? It really was as Xunji said. Is the destruction of our spirit hall truly destined? Gold Crocodile Douluo's face was heavy and unwilling, his fists clenched tightly. Qian Daoliu patted Gold Crocodile Douluo's shoulder and said, don't worry, second brother. There is still a turning point. When I fought Tang Chen, the angel god ancestor manifested and possessed me, winning us a lot of time for Spirit Hall. As long as Xiaoshui can be born smoothly, be well nurtured, and inherit the angel god position in advance, victory will ultimately be ours, Spirit Halls. As for Bibi Dong, after she arrives at Spirit Hall, this time I will personally take her as my disciple and confirm her as Jie's child bride. Having returned via rebirth, Qian Daoliu could no longer sit by and watch Qian Xunji violate Bibi Dong in the secret chamber. Most of the tragedies in the future of Spirit Hall stemmed from this incident. Qian Xunji felt guilty towards Bibi Dong and actively took people to hunt the 100,000-year blue-silver emperor to compensate her, but the result, well, let's not talk about it. His granddaughter, in order to gain Bibi Dong's recognition, went to the Heaven Do Empire for an undercover mission, wasting a great deal of time for cultivate. Otherwise, she could have inherited the angel god position 10 years earlier. If he took the initiative to accept Bibi Dong as a disciple and confirmed her as a child bride, then Qian Xunji and Bibi Dong would be of the same generation. In terms of the continent's concepts, there would be nothing to worry about regarding their status. Unlike his previous life where Qian Xunji took Bibi Dong as a student, where Bibi Dong always respected Qian Xunji as a strict father and Qian Xunji always educated Bibi Dong as an adopted daughter. There was no problem with status, and since Qian Xunji was also a person returned from rebirth, if Qian Xunji couldn't handle Bibi Dong and let her be snatched away by Yu Shaogang, Qian Daoliu would truly vomit blood. Whereas Qian Daoliu sensed around and found that there was no aura of Qian Xunji in Spirit Hall, not even in Spirit City. Gold Crocodile Douluo said, Xunji has gone to Slaughter City. Why did he go there? Qian Daoliu frowned tightly. Slaughter City was filled with evil qi. It could be said to be a forbidden land for the six-winged angel martial soul. Entering there, the bright and sacred spirit was highly likely to be contaminated, leading to a drastic change in personality. The reward for clearing Slaughter City, the Slaughter God domain, not only could not bring improvement to a six-winged angel spirit master, but on the contrary, it would weaken their strength because the domain power of the Slaughter God domain was completely opposite to the power of the six-winged angel. When the two different powers came into contact, they would purify each other. Xunji believes that his path of cultivate has been too smooth and his combat experience is severely lacking, which is why he lost to Tang Hao. Therefore, he is preparing to enter Slaughter City for training and will leave once he achieves 100 consecutive victories in the Hell Slaughter arena. This silly boy, he finally looks like something. Qian Daoliu revealed a gratified smile. Recalling the battle between the angel god ancestor possessing him and Tang Chen, the power of the angel martial soul was not fully unleashed even by him. He agreed with Qian Xunji entering Slaughter City for training, and besides, Bibi Dong needed time to grow up. Although the evil qi of Slaughter City easily contaminates sacred and bright spirits, as long as one's will is firm enough, one can remain unaffected. Even if some evil qi contamination really occurs, after Qian Xunji returns, he can go to the angel statue and kneel for a period of time, pray, and under the brilliance released by the angel statue, the evil qi can be purified. After learning of Qian Xunji's whereabouts, Qian Daoliu returned to the Supreme Pontiff Palace to handle affairs, continuing to serve as the Supreme Pontiff while waiting for Bibi Dong's arrival. Although he was still a bit unclear about how Qian Xunji, combined with Bibi Dong who had two poisonous spider spirits, could produce a descendant who inherited the angel god position and was the most talented in the Qian family for 10,000 years, the facts had already proven it. The Bo Saishi route had already gone bankrupt, so that only left Bibi Dong. But the problem was, would Bibi Dong really come to Spirit Hall? Chapter 12. Ice and Fire Dragon King's Spirit Bone. Clear Sky Sect. Grandfather, you have finally returned. Tang Xiao, who had been waiting for a long time in the clear sky hall, immediately went up to meet Tang Chen when he saw him return. Shower, besides you, has anyone else in the sect experienced a rebirth? Has Howard? Upon learning that Tang Xiao had experienced a rebirth, Tang Chen asked with some excitement. Compared to Tang Xiao, he still valued Tang Hao more. If Tang Hao had experienced a rebirth, then his plan to achieve the Asura God position could be completed faster, allowing him to tear Spirit Hall and Qian Dalu to pieces and be with Bo Saishi. It seems not. I am the only one in the sect who has experienced a rebirth. Grandfather, while Spirit Hall has not yet grown as strong as it was in later generations, let us unite the upper three sects, along with Sea God Island, to eradicate Spirit Hall, this tumor of the Spirit Master's world. Tang Xiao clearly understood what happened in later generations and knew that the relationship between Tang Chen and the limit Douluo of Sea God Island, Bo Saishi, was extraordinary. With two limit Douluo joining forces, plus the various forces in the Spirit Master's world, they would certainly be able to wipe out Spirit Hall and even slay Qian Dalu. Tang Chen snorted coldly. I had already planned to do just that before I left the Clear Sky sect. Shower, do you know that old fellow Qian Dalu has also experienced a rebirth? That shameless, cowardly, and hypocritical old thing knows he is inferior to me, so he wants to rely on his rebirth to pursue Bo Saishi. Unfortunately, not only did I return, but Bo Saishi has also returned through rebirth. Hearing this, Tang Xiao's expression turned incredibly happy, but Tang Chen's next words made his expression freeze again. I originally intended to destroy Spirit Hall after reuniting with Shishi, but I didn't expect that old thing Qian Dalu to have a trump card, allowing him to forcibly accommodate the angel god position and fight us to the death. If he didn't have this trump card, I could destroy Spirit Hall by myself. Tang Chen was not just boasting, he truly had the confidence. Wasn't Qian Dalu just relying on those 3 pairs of wings to fly faster and dodge his clear sky hammer? If he smashed his hammer down at the Supreme Pontiff Palace, how could Qian Dalu dodge it? Tang Xiao asked, Grandfather, what should we do next? Convene a sect meeting, notify Junner and the sect elders. From now on, all affairs of the Clear Sky sect will be handled by me alone. For 12 hours a day, except for eating and going to the bathroom, they are all to spend their time diligently cultivating to break through to titled Douluo. Once Howard enters Slaughter City and obtains the Slaughter God domain, I will enter Slaughter City to inherit the Asura God position. If I am conspired against by the Rakshasa God again and become parasited by the 9-headed bloody Crimson Bat King, have Howard take you all into Slaughter City to awaken me. Grandfather, should we let Brother Hao also participate in the sect meeting and tell him what happened in later generations? Of course. Tang Chen just started to speak, but thought for a moment and said, let's not for now. Howard has not experienced a rebirth, and at his age, just entering puberty, he is at an age full of vigor and vitality, do not put so much pressure on him. Grandfather, calculating the time, Yin has already transformed. Should we bring Yin to the Clear Sky sect early? Tang Xiao asked again. With the major affairs of the sect arranged, it was now the turn of the person he loved most in both lifetimes. Of course, what does it matter if she is a 100,000-year transformed spirit beast? As long as Howard likes her, she is my granddaughter-in-law, a member of our Tang clan. Whoever dares to touch her is an enemy of me, Tang Chen, and our Clear Sky sect. Tang Chen said with unparalleled dominance. Between the sect meeting and a 100,000-year blue-silver emperor who could give birth to a great-grandson, Tang San, with talent even more outstanding than his own, which was more important? Need it even be said? Who would complain about having too many god positions? The Asura god position and the Sea god position all belong to the Tang family members. Put the sect meeting aside for now. Where is Yin? Let's go and bring her to the Clear Sky sect first. At the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang well, time flowed like water, from morning to night, it was merely the rising and setting of the sun. The spring water churned, and Xunji walked out of the lake shirtless. His well-proportioned skin, with its somewhat delicate surface, emitted a faint golden light, and a ring formed by faint fiery red and icy blue dual-colored light circled his body. Xunji took out the ethereal chrysanthemum from his spirit tool, bit off the stamen, then ate the petals one by one. He then took out the coxcomb phoenix sunflower and swallowed it in one gulp, followed by the 8-petal immortal orchid, the narcissus jade muscle bone. After consuming 5 immortal herbs in a row, Qian Xunji felt his body somewhat bloated, so he jumped back into the spring of the ice and fire yin-yang well. His 6-winged angel martial soul possessed his body, wings grew from his back, and he flew downwards. The corpses of the ice and fire dragon kings were 10,000 meters below the ice and fire yin-yang well. On their skeletons, not only were there the spirit bones that dropped after their deaths, but there was also a powerful dragon aura that had lingered long after their deaths. It was precisely because of the suppression of the dragon aura that the immortal herbs in the ice and fire yin-yang well had not become sentient and turned into immortal plant-type spirit beasts. The dragon aura was equivalent to pressure. For Qian Xunji, who was stuffed from eating the immortal herbs, this pressure could effectively refine the medicinal power within the immortal herbs, allowing them to fuse completely with his body as quickly as possible. In the original work, when the Shrek 7 Devils faced the aura barrier cast by Chrysanthemum Douluo, Tang San had the Shrek 7 Devils cultivate under the pressure of this aura barrier to absorb the medicinal power of the immortal herbs that had not yet been refined in their bodies. Arriving at the deepest part of the ice and fire yin-yang well, there was an extremely vast and dark space. Here, a red giant dragon skeleton and a white giant dragon skeleton were coiled together in a taiji shape. The aura was towering and magnificent. Roughly estimated, each skeleton was at least 1,000 meters long. Through these huge skeletons, one could imagine just how massive the ice and fire dragon kings were during their lifetime. The sky azure bull python would likely just be a small green snake in front of them. At the top of the red giant dragon and the white giant dragon, there were 2 halos of light, one red and one white. It would be better to say they were more like flames, churning and burning. The wisps of majestic aura they emitted merged into this distinct spring water and spread throughout the entire ice and fire yin-yang well. These 2 flames were the powerful dragon aura emitted by the ice and fire dragon kings. If it were not for the fact that Qian Xunji had consumed a large number of immortal herbs, especially the blazing apricot delicate and the octagonal mysterious ice grass which shared the same roots and origin as the ice and fire dragon kings, added to the strength of his 6-winged angel martial soul, he would have long been crushed by the dragon aura. Qian Xunji began to search the skeletons of the ice and fire dragon kings. Not long after, he found a gold-red spirit bone and a gold-white spirit bone embedded in the left front limb of the red giant dragon skeleton and the right front limb of the white giant dragon skeleton, respectively. These were 2 very complete spirit bones, crystalline throughout, and extremely large in shape, like small hillocks, naturally formed, like works of art created by nature. And the pressure emitted from them made even Qian Xunji feel a lingering fear. The reason why spirit bones are more precious than spirit rings, besides their extremely low drop rate, is that there is another more important reason: there is no spirit power limit for absorbing spirit bones. In other words, if you are lucky enough to obtain one, you can absorb a spirit bone of any age even when you only have level 1 spirit power. Chapter 13. Yu Xiaoging's Fall from Heaven to Hell. Qian Xunji sat cross-legged, using his consciousness to guide the 2 giant spirit bone pieces, each the size of a small hill, belonging to the ice and fire dragon kings, toward his arms to fuse with them. As the spirit bone approached Qian Xunji's arms, their size continuously shrank until they were about the size of an adult's half-arm bone, at which point they adhered to Qian Xunji's arms. Under the dragon might pressure released by the ice and fire dragon kings, Qian Xunji began to absorb the ice and fire dragon king's spirit bone, and by utilizing this dragon might, he allowed the immortal herb within his body to fuse with his physical form. Sunset Forest. 2 figures were walking toward the core area, the location of the ice and fire yin-yang well. One was a high-spirited young man appearing to be around 30 years old, while the other was a 5-year-old boy. These 2 were Yu Yuanjun and Yu Xiaoging, the 2 who had experienced rebirth from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. After learning of his own rebirth, Yu Yuanjun, much like Gold Crocodile Douluo, was filled with endless worry, unable to think of any way to reverse the future of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Submitting to Spirit Hall was absolutely impossible. A dragon would always be a dragon, and it was impossible for one to act as a dog for others. However, the gap in strength between the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and Spirit Hall was like heaven and earth. Having managed to cultivate to level 95, he had already nearly exhausted his potential. This included the heritage inherited from the previous sect master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, aided by 3 top-grade 10,000-year spirit bone. If not for the support of these 3 top-grade spirit bone, whether he could have reached the realm of a level 95 titled Douluo before death was truly a question mark. Fortunately, Yu Shaogang had also experienced rebirth, bringing him great shock as well as tremendous good news. Training a deity to destroy the Spirit Empire and avenge the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, having Yu Tianxin rebuild the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and the immortal herb that could allow a spirit master to be reborn. Upon learning these things, Yu Yuanjun immediately took Yu Shaogang to the Sunset Forest to search for the immortal herb. The current sect master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was nearing the end of his lifespan, so it was better to reduce strenuous exercise. Since Yu Yuanjun's cultivation had already achieved a breakthrough to Spirit Douluo, even while bringing along Yu Shaogang, whose combat power was near zero, there was little danger to speak of. Arriving at the core area of the Sunset Forest, before that 500-meter high hill, Yu Shaogang said, "Father, it should be here. When I took Little San to obtain his fourth spirit ring, I once entered Dugu Bo's poisonous barrier, and inside the barrier was this hill. Dugu Bo's herb garden should be somewhere on this hill. Then let us search carefully." Yu Yuanjun took Yu Shaogang and began to search carefully along the hill. The two soon discovered a cave at the foot of the hill, with a size of several thousand square meters. The cave was very dark and emitted a cold aura. Yu Yuanjun protected Yu Shaogang as they walked into the cave, searching cautiously. Hiss! A sound of a snake flicking its tongue rang out. Yu Yuanjun abruptly stopped his footsteps, his eyes sharp, as he looked toward one direction. In the depths of this dark cave, a pair of green eyes shone like gemstones, and the sound of the snake flicking its tongue was coming from that shadow. It was a creature with a body length of nearly 7 meters, a human torso and a python tail, possessing an extremely beautiful, almost bewitching face, and a pair of ink-green pupils. Most striking of all was its hair, which was entirely made of small snakes. It was incredibly horrifying. Medusa Empress, this is that creature's lair. Yu Yuanjun and the Medusa Empress both sensed each other's powerful aura, and neither wanted to come into conflict with the other. At this moment, Yu Shaogang poked his head out and spoke, "Medusa Empress. Father, Dugu Bo possesses a head spirit bone, and the spirit bone skill is Medusa's gaze. That head spirit bone must have been obtained by hunting this Medusa Empress. Is that so? Shaogang, hide further away and be careful." Yu Yuanjun's eyes suddenly lit up. He had not originally intended to waste spirit power coming into conflict with the Medusa Empress, but since this Medusa Empress was highly likely to drop a spirit bone, and it was for the head, the second most valuable position among the 6 types of spirit bone, then he could not let it go. If he obtained the head spirit bone dropped by the Medusa Empress, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect would have 4 legacy spirit bone, greatly increasing their foundation. Yu Yuanjun's tiger-like body shook, and an inverted triangle lightning pattern appeared on his forehead. 8 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black, suddenly rose, and a phantom of a lightning dragon spiraled out from behind him. He transformed into a 10-meter-long blue lightning tyrant dragon, his entire body covered in hard scales shimmering with blue-purple thunder. An immense spirit pressure suddenly erupted, covering the Medusa Empress. With a flap of his dragon wings, Yu Yuanjun flew rapidly toward the Medusa Empress, his speed so fast that he left a trail of blue lightning arcs in the air. The power of thunder illuminated the entire cave, and it also illuminated the Medusa Empress's bewitching and terrified face. The Medusa Empress was not even a match for Dugu Bo, who was at the Spirit Saint level, and had been slain by Dugu Bo to drop a spirit ring. Facing Yu Yuanjun, who was at the Spirit Douluo level, she was even less of a match. Bang, 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 bang. A series of physical collision sounds rang out within the rock walls surrounding the ice and fire yin-yang well. With a loud boom and flashing thunder, a large hole was blasted into the stone wall, and the Medusa Empress's bloodied, charred-smelling corpse fell from the sky, crashing into the ice and fire yin-yang well. A pitch-black 10,000-year spirit ring emerged from the Medusa Empress's corpse. Yu Yuanjun and Yu Shaogang came to the hole that had been blasted through, looking at the thick fog permeating below, where they could vaguely see the glowing dual-colored light of scorching fire and icy blue beneath the fog. "Shaogang, is this the place?" Yu Shaogang's eyes widened to the size of saucers as he nodded and said, "Yes, it must be here. This site should be the ice and fire yin-yang well recorded in the books Little San left for the Tang sect after his ascension to the God realm. The ice and fire yin-yang well, one of the 3 great treasure basins of the world, is uniquely endowed by nature, the gathering place of the world's spiritual beauty and heaven and earth spiritual qi, formed naturally. Douluo must have been just like you, father. In the process of hunting the Medusa Empress, he blasted through the stone wall and accidentally discovered the ice and fire yin-yang well behind it. Father, let's go down quickly. Yu Xiaogang was excited to the extreme. He had found it, the ice and fire yin-yang well. After consuming the immortal herb, his spirit awakening would directly awaken into the golden sacred dragon, becoming a supreme genius who would suppress an entire era. He would punch Qian Xunji, stomp on Spirit Hall, hold Bibi Dong in his left arm, and embrace Lu Erlong with his right. After stepping onto the soil of the ice and fire yin-yang well and catching a glimpse of its full scope, the expression on Yu Xiaogang's extremely excited face suddenly froze, his complexion dull, as if he had fallen from heaven to hell. Yu Yuanzhan's expression was also somewhat stiff. The entire ice and fire yin-yang well was bare, as if it had been plowed over several times by a hoe, devastated and scarred. There were no immortal herb left at all that remained were some herb dregs of unknown species. The traces of the overturned soil were still fresh, the immortal herb that had grown there must have been dug up not long ago. They had arrived a step too late. Chapter 14. Blue Silver Emperor Ah Yin. Who stole all the immortal herbs? Yu Xiaogang shrieked, his emotions somewhat out of control. The opportunity to become the continent's #1 genius was right before his eyes, yet it had slipped away just like that. He would once again be shrouded in the names of clown and trash for half his life. Most ordinary people living prosperous lives could not bear to live in poverty. As someone who had once stood at the pinnacle of the entire world, going from heaven to hell, it was a testament to his good mental state that he hadn't collapsed instantly. Yu Yuanzhan's expression was also incredibly heavy. Without the immortal herbs, how was he supposed to change the fate of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect? At this moment, in the center of the ice and fire yin-yang well, the spring water suddenly began to churn violently. Yu Yuanzhan immediately took Yu Xiaogang and retreated to the edge of the ice and fire yin-yang well, watching the spring water with a grave expression. With his strength, he could naturally feel just how terrifying that spring water was. It was not something he could touch at all. With a splash of water, Qian Xunji leapt out from the spring eye of the ice and fire yin-yang well once again. Judging from his appearance, Qian Xunji had not undergone any changes. However, in the eyes of a spirit master with profound cultivation, one could clearly feel that Qian Xunji's foundation was deep, and the density of his spirit power was in no way inferior to a titled Douluo. His entire person seemed as if he had been reborn. Not only that, Qian Xunji was also invisibly exuding a sense of majesty. Yu Yuanzhan, who was closest and possessed the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul, felt it the most clearly. Seeing Qian Xunji appear, he actually felt the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul within his own body fearing and trembling, its strength being greatly suppressed. This was the effect of Qian Xunji, absorbing the Ice and Fire Dragon King's spirit bone. As one of the 9 great Dragon Kings, in terms of the nobility of their bloodline, only the Golden Dragon King, Silver Dragon King, and the Dragon God were above them. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul was simply too far behind. Qian Xunji. Yu Xiaogang spoke, his gaze like a knife, staring at Qian Xunji with hatred. No matter how many years passed, he would never forget this face. It was this beast in human skin who had single-handedly torn him and Donger apart, and done such beastly things to Donger, causing her to have a miserable life. Father, it must be Qian Xunji who took the immortal herbs. Let's take them back. With his father protecting him, Yu Xiaogang was completely unafraid. Qian Xunji's 3 titled Douluo combined had been beaten up by Tang Hao, while his own father could take on 4 titled Douluo alone and drag 1 titled Douluo to their grave with him. Yu Yuanzhan. Qian Xunji's gaze swept past Yu Yuanzhan and then landed on Yu Xiaogang. He did not have the memories of this 5-year-old boy, but at this time, given that this little boy was following Yu Yuanzhan, the little boy's identity was very obvious, Yu Xiaogang. Calling him by his full name, and with this attitude, it seemed this was indeed a reborn Yu Xiaogang. Qian Dalu, Golden Crocodile, Tang Chen, Bo Saishi, Yu Xiaogang, just how many reincarnators were there? Things were getting more and more interesting. This could be considered a meaningful transmigration for him. Qian Xunji, you should be clear that in the Spirit Master's world, strength is respected. According to the rules of the Spirit Master's world, heaven and earth treasures belong to the strong. You are not my match. Hand over a few of the immortal herbs to me, and I will let you leave. Yu Yuanjun was not very surprised that Qian Xunji would appear here. At this point in time, even Yu Shaogang did not know what was going on with the ice and fire yin-yang. Well, based on the fact that Qian Xunji could reach a breakthrough to titled Douluo at 50, and the future Spirit Hall's 7 high priests and 9 titled Douluo elders possessed such powerful combat strength, with the number of titled Douluo being more than all the forces on the continent combined, it must be that Qian Xunji had brought the immortal herbs back to Spirit Hall to give to those geniuses with the potential to become titled Douluo, enhancing their talent and preparing for Spirit Hall to unify the entire continent. Otherwise, how could Spirit Hall have so many talents? Right now, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect did not yet have the ability to completely break with Spirit Hall. Yu Yuanjun only wanted a portion of the immortal herbs, at least 2, to improve his talent potential and allow Yu Shaogang's spirit to officially awakening into a golden sacred dragon. Qian Xunji raised an eyebrow. Was he someone anyone could step on now? However, considering the original Qian Xunji's abysmal battle record, the last place score on the Hupu rankings, and his reputation that was almost rotten to the core, it seemed like anyone could indeed step on him. Just based on you. A look of disdain appeared on the corner of Qian Xunji's mouth. Not to mention that he had consumed the immortal herbs, even if he hadn't, he would not fear Yu Yuanjun. Did he really think he also had a slaughter god domain that could counteract the angelic domain? Stardow Great Forest, Blue-Silver Forest. This was a blue world, where countless blue-silver grass grew densely, swaying with the wind, turning this soil into a blue carpet. In the depths of the blue-silver forest grew a special plant over 10 meters tall, seemingly composed of countless vines intertwined together. Its entire body was clear blue, its surface shimmering with a crystalline luster, and in the center, it had formed a mark resembling a human face. At first glance, this giant blue-silver grass seemed to be the core of the blue-silver forest, the king of the blue-silver forest. But in reality, the true king within the blue-silver forest was the little girl before the giant blue-silver grass. She was dressed in a blue long skirt, her blue long hair draped behind her. She was about 4 years old, with an exquisite little face that still had a bit of baby fat, thin lips, curved willow eyebrows, and a pair of azure eyes that were clear to the bottom, containing not a trace of impurities, as if they could speak. Her skin was as fair as snow. This little girl was the Blue-Silver Forest's 100,000-year Blue-Silver Emperor in human form, the true Empress of the Blue-Silver Forest, Yin. The Blue-Silver King, which had formed the human face mark, was very confused. For some time recently, the Empress had always been full of sorrow. The Empress wouldn't tell it what she was worrying about, even though she hadn't been like this a few years ago. Not long ago, Yin had also returned via rebirth. Calculating the time, it would still be 20 years before she met her lover, Tang Hao, who was out training. 20 years was too long for Yin, who had transformed into human form and experienced the wonderful and rich life of the human world. As a spirit beast in human form, she could not actively run to the Clear Sky sect, otherwise, before she could even see Tang Hao, she would be sensed by the Clear Sky sect's titled Douluo due to her spirit beast aura, captured, and kept in captivity. Third sister, Yin. Tang Chen and Tang Xiao descended from the sky and arrived at the Blue-Silver Forest. After destroying the Spirit Empire, Tang Xiao had asked Yin for the location of the Blue-Silver Forest and established a sect rule. The Blue-Silver Forest was a forbidden land of the Clear Sky sect, and Clear Sky sect disciples were absolutely forbidden from disturbing the peace of the Blue-Silver Forest. Big brother. Yin was incredulous, a look of excitement appearing on her face. Tang Xiao called her third sister. Did that mean Tang Xiao was the same as her, also reborn? Had Hao also been reborn and come to pick her up? Humans, who are you? Why have you come to the Blue-Silver Forest? The Blue-Silver King extended several thick vines as wide as buckets to protect the Blue-Silver Empress, and mobilized the blue-silver grass of the entire Blue-Silver Forest, setting up a defensive posture ready to attack at any moment. Yin said loudly, "Xiaolan, those are my friends, don't worry." The Blue-Silver King. Chapter 15. Tang Hao, Big Brother is a lolicon. Sunset Forest, Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well. Yu Yuanjun was embedded in the cliff wall. his body covered in numerous sword wounds, his chest sunken, and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yu Shaogang stood to the side, his face full of disbelief. He couldn't quite understand how his father, a spirit Douluo, had been defeated in just a few moves with overwhelming force by Qian Xunji, who was only a spirit saint. How could Qian Xunji, that good-for-nothing who had brought two titled Douluo and a large group of Spirit Hall spirit masters only to be completely hammered by Tang Hao, possess such formidable strength? Or perhaps, his idol, Tang Hao, was already stronger than he could ever imagine. As you said, Yu Yuanjun, in the spirit master's world, strength is respected, and heaven and earth treasure belong to the strong. Thank you for voluntarily delivering this 10,000-year Medusa Empress skull bone. Qian Xunji made a sucking motion with his hand, and a crystal-clear skull spirit bone, emitting an emerald green glow, fell from the head of the Medusa Empress's corpse into his hand. This spirit bone was around 50 or 60,000 years old, and its value was certainly much higher than that spirit-gathering wisdom skull bone. Spirit beasts like the Medusa Empress had an extremely superior bloodline. Yu Yuanjun gritted his teeth tightly, his eyes bloodshot, feeling helpless as Qian Xunji took away the Medusa Empress's skull spirit bone. He gathered all his remaining spirit power into his dantian. He could let the skull spirit bone go, but if Qian Xunji intended to kill either him or Yu Shaogang, he would self-detonate and take Qian Xunji down with him. Qian Xunji did not kill Yu Yuanjun, indeed out of concern for Yu Yuanjun's desperate self-detonation. He was confident he could dodge Yu Yuanjun's self-detonation and only suffer minor injuries, but the valley would collapse, and the ice and fire yin yang well would be destroyed. It would take a very long time to recondense, making it not worth the loss. Yu Yuanjun, a titled Douluo who could at most cultivate to level 96, combined with that trash Yu Shaogang, was simply not qualified to be compared with the ice and fire yin-yang well. Yo, Shaogang, you look quite spirited when you're young, you even have the air of a wealthy young master. Where did that unyielding look you had just now go? Qian Xunji walked up to Yu Shaogang with a faint smile, bent down, and patted the shoulder of Yu Shaogang, who wasn't even as tall as his leg. Yu Shaogang's pupils constricted slightly, and his body trembled. Qian Xunji called his name and acted as if he knew him. Could it be that Qian Xunji was also a rebirth practitioner? Rebirth had cost him the formidable strength of the dragon god Douluo, and all his achievements from his previous life had vanished into thin air. Now, having lost his father's protection, the inner nature of Yu Shaogang, which, due to his first life experiences, was as deeply insecure as it was arrogant, was exposed once more after the layers of protection were torn away. Yu Yuanjun roared, Qian Xunji, if you dare touch Shaogang, I will spare no cost to drag you down to the grave with me. Yu Yuanjun, don't be so agitated. Shaogang and I are at least acquaintances. As an adult, why would I lower myself to the level of a child? Qian Xunji rubbed Yu Shaogang's head and said, Shaogang, living a new life, you are still as self-righteous as ever. I know you really want to kill me, but unfortunately, you don't have the ability. Your potential can only reach a level 29 Spirit Grandmaster. Calculating the time, it won't be long before your Spirit Awakening Day, right? A pig spirit, innate half-level spirit power, you'll have to bear that. Foolish Shaogang, if you want to kill me, then hate me. Loathe me, and then live on, ugly as it may be. Run, run, try your best to survive. As long as you are alive, there is still hope. Struggle well and bring me some amusement. After saying this, Qian Xunji patted Yu Shaogang's head again, spread his wings, soared into the sky, and left the ice and fire yin-yang well, flying towards the direction of Slaughter City. In this life, I, Yu Shaogang, will destroy Spirit Hall again. Yu Shaogang clenched his fists. Because he had successfully destroyed the Spirit Empire in his previous life, and Qian Xunji had been killed by Bibi Dong early on, and Bibi Dong loved him deeply, he did not lose control of his emotions despite being humiliated by Qian Xunji. A cold and confident smile curled at the corner of Yu Shaogang's mouth, and he murmured inwardly, Qian Xunji, continue to be smug. What I, Yu Shaogang, could do in my previous life, I can still do in this one. I will take Little San as my disciple again, teach him to be even stronger, and completely slaughter Spirit Hall. I will kill you with my own hands to avenge Donger and repay the humiliation you have brought upon me. In the clear sky sect, by a beautiful waterfall, Tang Hao, who had not been reborn and was currently 14 years old, was standing on a smooth stone. Bare-chested, revealing his solid, bronze-colored muscles, he held the clear sky hammer and was practicing the disorder-splitting wind hammer method, a required course for direct descendants of the clear sky sect. Brother Hao, Tang Xiao's voice sounded from the shore. Hearing this, Tang Hao put away the clear sky hammer, leapt down from the stone, evaporated the water on his body with spirit power, raised his fist, and said full of energy and vitality, "Big brother, my disorder-splitting wind hammer method has reached 49 strikes. I am confident that within 3 months, I will definitely reach 81, completely master this hammer technique, and break the clear sky sect's record." Seeing Tang Hao's sunny, boyish appearance, Tang Xiao secretly swore in his heart that he would ensure his younger brother lived a happy life, and would never again suffer the tragic fate of his previous life, having his limbs severed, being lonely and helpless, decrepit, and destitute. Brother Hao, let me introduce someone to you. This is Yin. Tang Hao looked down and only then noticed Yin, who wasn't even as tall as his leg, looking up at him with her whole heart and eyes fixed on him. Upon seeing Yin for the first time, he couldn't help but marvel that she looked like a porcelain doll, even cuter than his little sister Xiao Yuehua. How had he never seen this little girl in the clear sky sect before? Yin is the god-granddaughter that grandfather accepted while he was out. She is a little older than Yuehua and is our third sister. Brother Hao, Yin stretched out her 2 soft, chubby arms and grabbed one of Tang Hao's palms. There were thousands of words in her eyes, wanting to tell Tang Hao about her future identity, that she was Tang Hao's wife, and about the events of the future. However, during the process of recognizing Tang Xiao and Tang Chen and arriving at the clear sky sect, Tang Chen and Tang Xiao had told her that the events of the future must be kept secret from Tang Hao. Tang Hao was currently at his most vibrant age, growing vigorously, and they shouldn't put too much pressure on him. For Tang Hao's sake, Yin chose to keep her words to herself. Tang Hao rubbed Yin's head and smiled gently. If it were a younger brother, he might have been somewhat resistant, but a younger sister, and a new sister who was so cute and seemed so obedient and sensible, he accepted her very quickly. Tang Hao turned his gaze back to Tang Xiao, his expression slightly stunned, because Tang Xiao was looking at Yin. He had never seen such an expression on his big brother before. It was infinite tenderness, along with a trace of something he, at his age, couldn't understand at all, the pain and sorrow of loving someone he could not have, and having to yield her to another. Big Brother is a lolicon. Chapter 16. Slaughter City. Slaughter City. Qian Xunji passed through the long, gloomy corridor filled with chilling winds to arrive inside Slaughter City. Upon stepping into Slaughter City, his body was filled with an evil killing intent that seemed about to overflow. This evil killing intent caused a sense of disgust to emerge involuntarily within Qian Xunji's heart. An invisible force, seemingly from heaven and earth, was suppressing him and weakening his strength. Slaughter City was a secret realm created by the Asura god to select a successor. The entire Slaughter City was shrouded in the Slaughter Domain, which could seal a spirit master's spirit ring, preventing them from using spirit ability and receiving the enhancement of their spirit ring. Even if a titled Douluo came here, they would be nothing more than an ordinary person who had cultivated, received spirit ring enhancements, and possessed a stronger physique. However, this did not include Qian Xunji. His 6-winged angel martial soul possessed the angelic domain. The angelic domain was on the same level as the slaughter god domain, only slightly inferior to the slaughter domain. He could use the angelic domain to resist the slaughter domain that shrouded the entire Slaughter City. However, because the angelic domain was slightly inferior to the slaughter domain, and given the environment of Slaughter City, Qian Xunji's strength was greatly weakened. It was equivalent to a fire attribute spirit master fighting in the far north, or an evil spirit master facing a holder of the 6-winged angel martial soul. I am the Nightmare Knight, Sifit. You have violated the rules of Slaughter City. Defeat me, and only then will you have the qualifications to pass. Before the corridor, 101 people appeared. They were all dressed in black armor, and even their faces were completely covered by helmets. 100 of them held great swords. Only one person sat atop a tall warhorse. His horse was also covered in thick black armor. These words were spoken by the black-armored man on the warhorse. Qian Xunji didn't say a word. He raised his hand, gathering spirit power in his palm to form a golden longsword. With one slash of the golden longsword, the black-armored man hadn't even reacted before he and his warhorse were split in two. The 100 black-armored knights of Slaughter City all revealed expressions of shock. The power of this strike was not something a spirit master, whose spirit rings were sealed by Slaughter City and who was not much stronger than an ordinary person, should be able to unleash. The strength is much weaker. Qian Xunji felt it. After consuming the immortal herb, he was capable of fighting a level 95 titled Douluo, but Slaughter City suppressed his strength to that of only an ordinary spirit saint. It was no wonder the nine-headed bloody crimson bat king, which was a parasite on Tang Chen, could claim that Spirit Hall could not pose a threat to Slaughter City, and that only a slaughter god could threaten Slaughter City. Even if Qian Douluo came here, if he didn't use divine force, he would likely only be able to display the strength of a level 96 or 97 titled Douluo. As a hurdle for the Asura God's 8 trials, the nine-headed bloody crimson bat king must have had first-class insight. From Sifat, who had been cut in two by Qian Xunji, and the warhorse that had also been split in two, 2 strands of pure holy energy drifted out. However, the holy energy drifting from the warhorse could not compare at all to the holy energy from Sifat, it was almost negligible. The holy energy entered Qian Xunji's body, and Qian Xunji immediately felt that the accumulation of spirit power within his body had become deeper. Not only fallen ones, but even animals living in Slaughter City can bring improvements to a spirit master with an angel martial soul after being killed. Qian Xunji was somewhat surprised, and then speechless. The Qian family truly did not know how to manage things. For the Angel clan, Slaughter City was an inexhaustible cheating device for cultivation. Leaving it unused like this, no wonder the Angel Church, the predecessor of Spirit Hall, had declined. During the period 10,000 years ago when Spirit Hall was still the Angel Church, most fallen ones had been cleared out by the Angel God. However, there were still many spirit beasts with evil bloodline on the Douluo continent, and the Church had gained recognition from the world by purifying them with the holy power of the Angel Martial Soul. It was just that later, evil spirit beasts gradually disappeared, the Church's influence began to decline, and with a lack of talent, it was eventually replaced by the later Spirit Hall. If Slaughter City were properly utilized, how could the Angel clan lack talent? The food supplies for Slaughter City were entirely provided by Spirit Hall. If Spirit Hall couldn't break into Slaughter City, couldn't they threaten to cut off the food supply to Slaughter City, forcing the Slaughter King to obediently send a batch of fallen ones every year to the entrance of Slaughter City for spirit masters with the Angel Martial Soul to kill? Wait, intercepting grain supplies seemed like a brilliant strategy. Walking past the corpses of Sifat and the warhorse, Qian Xunji walked forward step by step, looking at the purple moon with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Wait a moment, a black-armored knight called out to stop Qian Xunji. He fumbled around on the dead Sifat's body and found a black plaque engraved with a skull and stained with blood. This is your proof in Slaughter City. Please enter the city, there will be someone to receive you at the city gate. No need. I will soon be the new king of Slaughter City, this plaque is unnecessary for me. Qian Xunji didn't have the leisure to slowly fight 100 matches in the Hell Slaughter Arena. 100 matches in the Hell Slaughter Arena, aside from honing killing intent techniques, were just to accumulate the initial mastery of killing intent, and accumulating initial mastery of killing intent just meant killing enough people. After he killed the Slaughter King, couldn't he just post a bounty for himself in Slaughter City? The 100 black-armored knights were all slightly stunned upon hearing Qian Xunji's words, their shoulders trembling slightly, as if they were mocking Qian Xunji's overestimation of his own capabilities, having heard the funniest thing in history. The generations of Slaughter Kings in Slaughter City were all powerhouses who had walked through countless slaughters, stood on a mountain of corpses, and fought their way out. They were respected by all the fallen ones in Slaughter City, received the blessing of Slaughter City, could use spirit ability, and their strength was not suppressed. Except for a slaughter god, any desperado who dared to challenge the Slaughter King would be killed by the Slaughter King's pressure before even seeing him. This delicate-looking golden-haired man wasn't even a slaughter god, yet he dared to challenge the Slaughter King. If not for the strength he had just displayed, these terror knights would have killed Qian Xunji on the spot. Hearing Qian Xunji's words, the black-armored knight gave up the idea of giving the black plaque to Qian Xunji. They had to collect the plaques of the dead to give to new desperados entering Slaughter City, he didn't need to waste extra effort. The pitch-black city gate gave people an extremely oppressive feeling. On the massive city gate, the 4 characters, Slaughter City, hung high. Before the gate, 2 rows of black armored warriors stood quietly, and a woman wearing a black veil had already walked out from inside. "Welcome to Slaughter City." The woman's voice was very pleasant. She came before Qian Xunji, stepped aside, and made a gesture of invitation. Qian Xunji reached out and grabbed the woman by the neck, lifting her up, and said indifferently, "Take me to see the Slaughter King, or die." Chapter 17. Slaying the Slaughter King. The Slaughter King's residence was located beneath the Hell Slaughter Arena in Slaughter City's inner city, a massive, gloomy ancient castle. The castle was built in this location because Slaughter City's currency was Bloody Mary, a unique human blood drink exclusive to Slaughter City. Bloody Mary was formed from human blood, harmonized by the mysterious energy contained within the blood river beneath Slaughter City. It remained warm, wouldn't coagulate, could quench thirst, and also had the effect of increasing spirit power and suppressing killing intent. The entrance to the blood river was directly beneath the Hell Slaughter Arena. Pumping stations were built within the castle to extract the harmonized human blood from the river and distribute it throughout Slaughter City, thus maintaining the operation of the entire city. Led by the woman in the black veil, Qian Xunji arrived at the ancient castle where the Slaughter King resided. On both sides of the castle walls, eerie purple-green flames burned, emitting an extremely sinister and chilling aura. Inside the ancient castle, women in black veils were ubiquitous. These women all shared a common trait: tall, curvaceous, beautiful, and very charming. Slaughter City had no order whatsoever, except for not offending the Slaughter King or his subordinates. The fallen ones inside could not even be called human, they were beasts driven by desire. Humans who had become beasts only had 2 things on their minds: acquiring food and indulging themselves to satisfy their bodies and minds. As the king of Slaughter City, the Slaughter King had taken almost all the finest beauties into his castle for his exclusive enjoyment. "Man, I'm warning you again, the Great King is a titled Douluo-level powerhouse, not bound by the rules of Slaughter City. Do you really want to challenge the Slaughter King?" Arriving 100 meters from the Slaughter King's residence, the black-veiled woman stopped. Speaking in a deep voice, a look of pity in her eyes as she gazed at Qian Xunji. Perhaps because Qian Xunji was exceptionally handsome, tall, well-proportioned, and well-dressed, she somewhat didn't want such a handsome man to die tragically at the hands of the Slaughter King. Anyone who could enter Slaughter City, regardless of gender, besides spirit masters coming for training, wasn't they all desperate outlaws, ruthless and vicious? In the outside world, someone like Qian Xunji, unarmed with such good looks, would probably have been captured and toyed with by the black-veiled woman long ago. Qian Xunji didn't respond to the black-veiled woman and walked forward. Under the restrictions of Slaughter City, he indeed couldn't defeat a titled Douluo, but he had absorbed the Ice and Fire Dragon King's left and right arm bones. Spirit bone abilities wouldn't be restricted or weakened in Slaughter City. Moreover, he had brought out a considerable amount of cold spring and fire spring water from the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang well. The power of these spring waters was so immense that even the deep-sea demon Whale King, whose body was 99% divine rank, found them unbearable. With these preparations, let alone Slaughter City, Qian Xunji was confident he could even kill Tang Chen. The fact that the contemporary Slaughter King of Slaughter City could be killed by Tang Chen, who was parasited by the 9-headed Bloody Crimson Bat King, indicated that the contemporary Slaughter King's strength wasn't that great. As a door, an inch thick and 5 meters high, was pushed open, a surging, immense killing intent, accumulated from countless massacres, instantly enveloped Qian Xunji. The 2 rows of flames that had been burning steadily in the stone chamber passage also flickered and trembled due to this terrifying killing intent. At the end of the corridor, a tall, thin, pale-faced middle-aged man sat on a chair made of bones with 2 skull armrests. The middle-aged man slightly opened his blood-red eyes, looking at Qian Xunji indifferently, and said with a magnetic voice, "How many years has it been? Someone dares to challenge this king again, and it's someone who just entered Slaughter City. It's remarkable to have the courage to challenge this king, but that's the only thing I can praise you for. State your name. The dead don't need to know my name." Qian Xunji's left arm Ice Dragon King Spirit Bone lit up, and a terrifying aura, as if from ancient wilderness, erupted. The 2 rows of flames were extinguished, and even the Bloody Mary drawn from the Blood River froze, turning into liquid ice. Its volume increased, and the storage containers emitted cracking sounds. As a spirit bone, your courage to challenge this king. Your spirit bone is good, this king wants it. 9 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, lit up beneath the Slaughter King's feet. His body became even more slender, a pair of antennae grew on his forehead, 2 more legs grew from his abdomen, his arms transformed into 2 scythes, and a pair of wings grew on his back, his entire body dark green. The Slaughter King's spirit was a praying mantis, possessing strong jumping ability and aggressiveness. Its only weakness was low physical defense. It was by relying on its strong mobility and aggressiveness, combined with exquisite combat techniques, that he was able to slay countless fallen ones and become the Slaughter King of Slaughter City. Wrath of the Ice Dragon. Qian Xunji raised his hand, and a dazzling white light illuminated from his right hand. In an instant, this hall, spanning several hundred square meters, was frozen. Cold air overflowed from the hall, rushing towards the entire castle. Dozens of beautiful, curvaceous black-veiled women within the castle hugged their chests, shivering. The Slaughter King, who took the full brunt of this move, was frozen into an ice sculpture. Qian Xunji's spirit tool lit up, and a small jade bottle, carved with red patterns, was taken out. This was the small jade bottle containing the fire spring water. How could he kill the Slaughter King, a titled Douluo level fallen one, such a prime experience package, with just a spirit bone ability? A moment later, a dark green light flashed, the ice sculpture exploded, and the Slaughter King's roar resounded. His blood-red eyes filled with killing intent as he glared at Qian Xunji. Just as he was about to obliterate Qian Xunji, a small jade bottle was thrown at him. The small jade bottle shattered upon hitting his protective spirit power, and the crimson liquid within splashed out. The crimson liquid easily penetrated his protective spirit power and landed on his face. Ah! The Slaughter King's facial and neck skin and facial bones were scalded through by the extremely hot liquid, emitting incredibly painful screams. His face was riddled with holes, like an ordinary person splashed with concentrated sulfuric acid. Golden light flashed, and Qian Xunji struck again, the divine sword piercing through the Slaughter King's chest. Ice Dragon King Spirit Bone ability, extreme flame spring water, and a sword piercing the heart. Qian Xunji's swift, accurate, and ruthless combo took the Slaughter King's head. Of course, the reason he could kill the Slaughter King so smoothly was partly because the Slaughter King underestimated him, thinking Qian Xunji was just a small spirit saint, and one who couldn't even use spirit abilities, a small spirit saint that even an ordinary person could arm wrestle with, easy to manipulate. Out of respect for the spirit bone ability, using his spirit to deal with Qian Xunji was already giving him much credit. If the Slaughter King had directly used a spirit power shockwave with his spirit attached, Qian Xunji wouldn't have killed him so easily. Chapter 18. Slaughtering Slaughter City. Am I about to die? The Slaughter King stared at the holy sword piercing his chest, a sense of weakness rapidly spreading through his body. His pupils were wide open, still in disbelief. Seraphim, you are from Spirit Hall. The Slaughter King saw Qian Xunji, who had wings sprouting from his back, his long golden hair glowing, and his whole body radiating a sacred and holy light. He demanded, why? Slaughter City has cooperated with Spirit Hall for 1,000 years. Why do you want to kill me? Aren't you afraid that without me to manage Slaughter City, all the fallen ones will escape, bringing great disaster to the entire Douluo continent? Can't I just become the Slaughter King? Qian Xunji replied, exerting force with his wrist. The holy sword slashed down, cleaving the Slaughter King in two. He released the radiance of the seraphim to purify the evil aura and evil bloodline accumulated by the Slaughter King from excessive killing and consuming too much Bloody Mary. In return, he harvested streams of pure spirit power, which he absorbed. Outside the palace, the black-veiled women in the castle had gathered, staring in shock at the golden-haired man at the entrance of the palace who was purifying the Slaughter King. Their shock quickly turned to delight. If this golden-haired man could so easily slay the previous Slaughter King, how powerful must he be? Such a more powerful spirit master becoming the new Slaughter King of Slaughter City would ensure the stability of Slaughter City even more. After Qian Xunji finished purifying the Slaughter King and walked out of the palace, all the black-veiled women bowed. The black veils covering their faces had all been removed. The one who killed the Slaughter King was undoubtedly the new Slaughter King of Slaughter City. They were all concubines of the Slaughter King, belonging to him alone. Outside, They needed black veils to cover their faces to prevent coveting by the fallen ones. In front of the Slaughter King, of course, they had to show their most beautiful side at all times. Greetings, Slaughter King. Qian Xunji swept his gaze over the group of black-veiled women, numbering dozens. In terms of appearance, they were all beauties, some seductive and enchanting, some pure and lovely, some full of charm. All tastes were represented. He had to admit the Slaughter King really knew how to enjoy himself. Probably no one else on this continent was as carefree as him. Not to mention the fallen ones of Slaughter City, even spirit masters who came here for training. When faced with such temptation, fewer than 1 in 10 could resist. With his hands behind his back, Qian Xunji said indifferently, "Among you, the one most favored by the Slaughter King, step forward." Some black-veiled women exchanged glances, their expressions turning grim, while others looked excited and immediately stepped forward. These women thought Qian Xunji intended to have them serve him. "Great King, we have special attire for serving. Should we put it on?" "Is that so? Then put it on." Slaughter City, usually chaotic, indulgent, and always bustling, suddenly became dozens of times more lively. A line of 10 young women, beautiful, tall, curvaceous with full figures, suddenly appeared in the inner city of Slaughter City. Led by 2 rows of Slaughter City enforcers and a mounted enforcer at the front, they walked from the entrance of the Hell Slaughter Arena toward the inner city gate. Those 10 young women were not only of superior beauty but also wore black dresses with a deep plunging neckline, sleeveless, with short hems just 7 inches above the waist, revealing smooth, lustrous thighs. Paired with black high heels, they were exceptionally alluring. The cleavage and the curves under the short skirts were enough to stir fantasies. Over the black dresses, they wore a thin layer of black gauze, adding a touch of mystery. This seductive attire, combined with the hazy black gauze, was enough to ignite the hormones of the fallen ones in Slaughter City. If it weren't for the black-armored knights of Slaughter City standing around the black-veiled women, exuding a murderous aura, these 10 women would probably have immediately learned what it meant to be cream puffs bathed in milk. The fallen ones in the inner city of Slaughter City began following the enforcer team toward the inner city entrance. Those who were in the middle of committing violence or waiting in line glanced at the appearance of the female fallen ones beneath them, compared them to the 10 black-veiled women, and immediately abandoned their women, pulling up their pants to follow along. Most of the fallen ones in the inner city were attracted. They panted heavily, their eyes wide and glowing green, staring at the 10 beautiful young women standing at the gate. Arriving at the inner city gate, the 10 black-veiled women stood in a row, their expressions somewhat grim. The black-armored knights of the enforcer team formed a semicircle, shielding the 10 women behind them. "Silence!" A loud voice rang out. The leading mounted black-armored knight produced a cloth scroll and said, "By order of the Slaughter King, someone has violated the rules of Slaughter City. Kill that person, and these 10 women will be your reward." "Whoa, who is that person? I want women. I want women. I want to kill that person. Don't anyone steal my kill." As the black-armored knight finished speaking, the fallen ones erupted like a tidal wave, with all kinds of roars. These fallen ones had just been discussing that the 10 women at the gate, of superior beauty, had never been seen in Slaughter City before. Their attire was exquisitely made and seductive, indicating that these women were most likely the Slaughter King's women. Being able to enjoy the Slaughter King's women, even if they were discarded ones, felt extremely satisfying to these fallen ones, giving them a sense of profaning authority. Superior beauty, seductive attire, and the profanation of authority ignited the desires of all the fallen ones in Slaughter City, raising their enthusiasm to an unimaginable level. The fallen ones asked impatiently, "Lord Enforcer, who exactly is the one who violated the rules of Slaughter City?" The black-armored knight turned the cloth scroll around, revealing a man's image to the crowd. The man in the portrait was none other than Qian Xunji. "Kill him, kill him. I must be the first to kill him. Move, don't block my view. Are you tired of living? Are you tired of living? Believe me, I'll kill you first." Among the black-armored knights, some remained calm, some showed regret, and some looked at the agitated fallen ones with mocking eyes, because they knew who had issued this order, Qian Xunji, the new Slaughter King. Not even a god of slaughter would try to kill the Slaughter King, they were simply courting death. Chapter 19. Tang Chen's Scheme. The 10 women's expressions were a bit grim. These 10 women were precisely the 10 most favored by the previous Slaughter King, and their attire was what they wore when serving the Slaughter King every night. These 10 women couldn't resist being used as tools by Qian Xunji, nor did they dare to. To put it bluntly, they were originally the Slaughter King's cups, meant to be used as tools. If they were driven out of the Slaughter King's castle and returned to the inner city of Slaughter City, they would be met by all the fallen ones in Slaughter City who coveted their bodies. They would never have a moment of peace, not even during rest. The torment suffered by female fallen ones in the inner city of Slaughter City was hundreds of times worse than that of male fallen ones. The men faced death, while the women faced endless torment. These veiled women were very clear about what choice they should make. The fallen ones who clearly saw Qian Xunji's portrait immediately set out to search for him, eager to be the first to kill Qian Xunji and claim those 10 veiled women, who were practically life-threatening, to vent their desires. In Slaughter City, Qian Xunji stood in an open area, quietly waiting for the fallen ones of Slaughter City to besiege him. A spirit saint can move freely within an army of 2,000. The fallen ones who dare to live in the inner city of Slaughter City have experienced countless slaughters and live on a tightrope every day. Their combat power can all be called a soldier kings, so Qian Xunji had to take them seriously. Is it you? Is it you? The portrait drawn on the cloth, is it you? Standing high and seeing far, a fallen one with a sharp chin and monkey-like cheeks, whose spirit was a monkey, climbed onto a taller building. He spotted Qian Xunji from afar and quickly approached, his face frantic, his eyes wide and bulging. Qian Xunji's long hair was simply too easy to identify. There were hardly any male fallen ones in Slaughter City who kept long hair. It blocked their vision, was troublesome to clean, and in the midst of a battle, it was easy for someone to grab, practically serving as a vulnerability for control. Qian Xunji smiled faintly. That's right, it's me. Congratulations on being the first to find me. Kill you, I'll be the first, the women are mine. The sharp-chinned man pulled out 2 daggers from behind him and charged towards Qian Xunji with a crazed expression, his eyes filled with the fanaticism and excitement of soon claiming his prize. A golden flash passed by, and the sharp-chinned man only felt the scene before his eyes invert, his head spinning, then his brain went black, and he lost consciousness. Before Qian Xunji, a headless corpse appeared. As time passed, more and more fallen ones discovered Qian Xunji's location, rushing forward one after another, wanting to kill Qian Xunji and obtain those 10 veiled women. The commotion attracted all the fallen ones. The previously open area became crowded, with countless heads visible from above, numbering over 1,000, and this number was still increasing rapidly. Fallen ones from the inner city of Slaughter City, and even some from the outer city, rushed over. A frenzied slaughter began. When profit exceeds 300%, all laws can be trampled. In a lawless place like Slaughter City, the reward for killing Qian Xunji was far more than 300%, driving all the fallen ones mad. After one fallen one after another was instantly killed by Qian Xunji in 1 or 2 moves, the fallen ones realized that Qian Xunji's strength was extremely formidable and that no single person could kill him. They began to unite, surround Qian Xunji, and decided that after killing him, the veiled women would be equally distributed. Once they grew tired of them, they would swap them around. Thus, they launched a concerted attack on Qian Xunji. Puff, puff, puff. Qian Xunji swung his golden longsword, slaughtering wildly, like cutting fruit. With every swing, blood burst forth, and several heads flew off, body parts scattering to the ground. Biting, shouting, and roaring sounds continuously echoed in this open area. Soon, this place became a river of blood, the air filled with a pungent, sky-high stench of blood. The ground was littered with severed limbs and broken bodies, there wasn't a single intact corpse. Among these, some were severed by Qian Xunji, others trampled and crushed by the fallen ones rushing up from behind, and still others were secretly taken away by those who believed their strength was insufficient, that the mission reward was not for them, and decided to scavenge, draining the blood to exchange for Bloody Mary. Unknowingly, the fierce slaughter had lasted for half an hour. The fallen ones killed by Qian Xunji could already form a small mountain. During this continuous slaughter, Qian Xunji's swordsmanship became even more incisive, his attacks faster, fiercer, and more ruthless. Although it was an overwhelming victory, as long as there were enough experience points, one could still accumulate combat experience. Qian Xunji's eyes were bloodshot, enveloped by a thick layer of evil qi, but he hadn't lost his sanity. Feeling that he had killed enough people, he unleashed his spirit power, carved a bloody path, and moved to a different location, preparing to continue the slaughter elsewhere. The purpose, of course, was to prevent these fallen ones, whose minds were clouded by desire, from sobering up due to the fear of death upon seeing the ground full of corpses, realizing that this was an impossible task. If no fallen ones besieged Qian Xunji, then wouldn't Qian Xunji's plan be ruined? He fled. He's exhausted. Quick, kill him. Block him. Don't let him escape. The fallen ones unanimously believed that Qian Xunji was exhausted, and almost everyone chased after him. Immediately after, this group of fallen ones chased after Qian Xunji. The Slaughter City enforcement team appeared to clear the corpses on the ground, cooperating with Qian Xunji. Outside, at the Clear Sky sect's Clear Sky Hall, many guests arrived today. The contemporary sect master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, Yu Longyuan, and young sect master, Yu Yuanjun. The contemporary sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Zhiping, the guardian elder Qi Tian Douluo, and young sect master Ning Fengji. They were invited by Tang Chen to the Clear Sky sect. Not long ago, Tang Chen brought Yin back to the Clear Sky sect from the Blue Silver Forest. He convened a sect meeting and, together with Tang Xiao, informed the elders of the Clear Sky sect about what happened in his reborn life. He instructed them to dedicate themselves wholeheartedly to cultivation for 24 hours a day, except for eating and using the restroom, to strengthen the Clear Sky sect. Afterward, he planned to quietly wait for Tang Hao to grow up, clear Slaughter City, obtain the Slaughter God domain, and then proceed to Slaughter City for the Asura God trial. However, plans changed. Tang Chen discovered that Qian Dalu had not abdicated as Supreme Pontiff and passed the position to Qian Xunji, unlike in his previous life. As a reborn individual, Tang Chen now knew that Spirit Hall possessed a divinity legacy. Spirit Hall had been able to endure for tens of thousands of years, thriving because the direct descendants of the Qian family could rely on the Angel God trial to have level 99 limit Douluo in every generation. He worried that if Qian Dalu remained in the position of Supreme Pontiff, it would allow Qian Xunji to undergo the Angel God trial and reach level 99. If Spirit Hall had 2 level 99 limit Douluo, then the Clear Sky sect would be in danger. Chapter 20. The upper 3 sects stand together. After experiencing the battle at Vast Sea City, and facing Qian Dalu's shameless, turtle-hiding fighting style, even someone as proud and arrogant as Tang Chen had to admit that in certain aspects, the Clear Sky Hammer was truly inferior to the Seraphim. In the face of an absolute numerical gap, no amount of skillful maneuvering could compensate for it. Knowing the storyline of the future generations, Qian Runshui could inherit the Angel God position in just 5 years, which meant that it shouldn't take Qian Xunji more than a dozen years to reach the level 99 limit Douluo realm. Tang Chen had 2 plans. Either he would inherit the Asura God position himself, or Tang Hao would inherit the Asura God position. Either of these plans would take at least nearly 20 years. This meant that if Qian Xunji was truly undergoing the Angel God trial now and moving toward the level 99 limit Douluo realm, the Clear Sky sect would inevitably have to face 2 level 99 limit Douluos leading the Spirit Hall army to attack the Clear Sky sect in the future. The Clear Sky sect simply wouldn't be able to stop them. No matter how inferior Qian Xunji might be, once he completed the Angel God trial, he would still be a level 99 limit Douluo. Qian Dalu's combat strength was not much different from his own, and he could still use that despicable, turtle-hiding fighting style. Tang Chen would have no solution other than to take Qian Dalu down with him. As for seeking help from Sea God Island and having Bo Saishi come to assist, Sea God Island was simply too far from the Clear Sky sect. If he let Bai He go at full speed to ask for help, it would take several days before Bo Saishi could arrive at the Clear Sky sect. By then, if the Clear Sky sect lost him, the result would only be the total massacre of the sect by Spirit Hall. Tang Chen believed he had guessed Qian Dalu's plan, but despite knowing the plan, he was helpless. Without the help of Bo Saishi and another person possessing the Slaughter God domain, he could not complete the Asura God position. Qian Dalu could forcibly accommodate the Angel God position, leading to mutual destruction, and he would be unable to flatten Spirit Hall. The Rakshasa God and the Angel God were simply damnable. Facing 2 unavoidable hurdles, Tang Chen thought hard for a long time and finally found a way to unite the power of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, that bunch of weaklings, was just an afterthought. As the number 1 support system spirit under heaven, a spirit saint level 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda could increase all attributes by 80%, allowing one titled Douluo to be used as if they were 2. If they had the help of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, the Clear Sky sect would have the ability to deal with the Spirit Hall army. At that time, he would guard the Clear Sky sect, attract Qian Dalu's attention, and hold out until Hauer inherited the Asura god position. That would be the moment to turn the tables. Inside the main hall, Tang Chen sat in the main seat, while Yu Longyuan, Ning Jiping, and Qi Tian sat on both sides, with fine tea placed in front of them. Yu Yuanjun and Ning Fengji both stood beside their respective sect masters, looking like juniors. Sect Master Tang, what is the matter that you have called us here for? It was Yu Longyuan who spoke. He was of the same generation as Tang Chen and Ning Jiping, but Yu Longyuan's cultivation was far lower than Tang Chen's. Tang Chen was still in his prime, full of energy, while he was nearly ready to be buried, with only a few years left to live. Ning Jiping took a light sip of tea and looked at Tang Chen calmly. Tang Chen smiled faintly and asked, "The two of you, this old man will not beat around the bush." The predecessor of Spirit Hall was the Angel Church, which has existed since the establishment of the Douluo Hall. The Supreme Pontiff has always been from the Qian family, and it has already been over 10,000 years. Don't you find it strange? 10,000 years have passed, tens of thousands of generations, so why has the Qian family always been able to produce top-tier powerhouses, leading Spirit Hall to remain in a prosperous state and stand at the pinnacle of the continent? Hearing this, both Yu Longyuan and Ning Jiping frowned and showed expressions of contemplation. It was indeed strange. A family passing down a top-tier spirit for 10,000 years was one thing, but for this family to have top-tier powerhouses guarding it for 10,000 years and standing at the pinnacle of the continent, that was too strange. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect's history of several hundred years had been spent amidst ups and downs. Once the sect lost a titled Douluo powerhouse to hold the fort, it could not even keep its position in the upper 3 sects. Over the course of several hundred years, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect had indeed had a history of falling out of the upper 3 sects. Even the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, which possessed the number 1 beast spirit under heaven, was like this, so how could the Qian family, after 10,000 years, have top-tier powerhouses in every generation, continuously? The direct descendants of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect had over 100 people in each generation, a huge base, while the Qian family only had 1 or 2 in each generation. Ning Jiping said, "It is indeed strange. Sect Master Tang, as a top powerhouse of the continent and mentioned alongside Qian Dalu as the 2 mountains of the Spirit Master's world, you must have discovered something, right?" Tang Chen nodded, "That's right. After this old man made some inquiries, I learned some information. The reason the Qian family can have powerhouses guarding them generation after generation is because of their old ancestor, a divinity who achieved level 100. A level 100 divinity, does it really have such great power?" Yu Longyuan asked. He had already learned from Yu Yuanjun and Yu Shaogang about the series of events that would happen in future generations, such as the Angel God, the Rakshasa God, and the Shrek 7 gods. Otherwise, what he would have said was, "Isn't a god just a legend?" Tang Chen replied, "That's right. The power possessed by a level 100 divinity is something we cannot imagine. It is said that after a spirit master reaches level 100, they will go to the world where the divinities live. Those people in the Qian family rely on the blessings bestowed by their divinity ancestor living in the divinity world to remain prosperous for 10,000 years, with at least 1 level 99 limit Douluo guarding them in every generation." Tang Chen's tone changed, and he sighed softly, saying, "It has been several decades since this old man reached level 99, but regarding the breakthrough from level 99 to level 100, this old man still has no clue. The difficulty of wanting to break through from level 99 to level 100 must have exceeded all of our imaginations, otherwise, that bunch from the Qian family wouldn't have had no one breakthrough to level 100 since their ancestor, even after 10,000 years. Sect Master Tang, you didn't have us come here just to talk about these things, did you?" Ning Jiping and Ning Fengji pretended to look a bit unsightly. In the Spirit Master's world, who didn't know the drawbacks of the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda spirit inherited by the Ning family of the 7 treasure. The 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda spirit could only add 7 spirit rings, cultivating up to level 79. Let alone breaking through from level 99 to level 100, how they could cultivate to the spirit Douluo realm was a difficult problem that had plagued the Ning family for many generations and had never been solved. Of course, Tang Chen said, everyone also knows that Spirit Hall has always been shameless, considering themselves the leaders of spirit masters, wanting to manage all spirit masters in the world. We, the upper 3 sects and various other families, have always been the objects they suppress. Qian Dalu fears my strength, which is why he dares not make any small moves against my Clear Sky sect. But sooner or later, this old man will pass away. Our families do not have the blessings of ancestors like Spirit Hall, allowing us to have a level 99 limit Douluo in every generation. It is impossible to remain prosperous forever. This old man proposes that from now on, the upper 3 sects stand together. The Clear Sky sect, the 7 treasure glazed tile school, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect should be as one family. If Spirit Hall attacks any one of our 3 sects, the other 2 sects must immediately provide assistance. Chapter 21. Where is Bibi Dong? Yu Yuanjun and Ning Jiping did not hesitate for long before nodding in succession. They understood the principle of, if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. Knowing what would happen in the future, they understood that while this, upper 3 sects standing together, alliance lacked real substance, having it was better than having nothing at all. Once the meeting concluded, it didn't take long for 2 luxurious carriages to drive out of the Clear Sky sect. Inside the carriage heading toward the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Ning Jiping asked, Fengji, what do you think of this matter? After Ning Fengji's rebirth, he immediately informed Ning Jiping of the events that would occur in the future. Subsequently, the renowned genius on the continent, the civilian spirit master Ji Yurong, voluntarily came to join the 7 treasure glazed tile school and acknowledged Ning Fengji, which completely convinced Ning Jiping of the events Ning Fengji had described from the future. Uncle, in the previous life, the upper 3 sects standing together was something I proposed more than a decade later, after Tang Chen left the Clear Sky sect and following the new 7 great sects re-election meeting. This time, the story has changed. I suspect that it is not only I and Bone Douluo who have experienced rebirth, someone from the Clear Sky sect and Spirit Hall has also experienced rebirth. That old thing Tang Chen, those people in the Clear Sky sect must be planning to use us in the 7 treasure glazed tile school as cannon fodder again. Ning Fengji's face was cold, and his tone surged with chilliness. Having returned through rebirth, he had completely recognized what kind of people the Tang family members of the Clear Sky sect truly were. In the eyes of the Tang family members, the only priority would always be themselves. They were a group of selfish and hypocritical beings. Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo died to save Tang San, and the 7 treasure glazed tile school had invested 10 million gold coins to establish the Tang sect. Yet, after the war ended, Tang San said he would destroy the Tang sect hidden weapons, and he did so, leaving nothing for the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Having returned through rebirth, although Ning Fengji recognized the true nature of the Tang family members, he did not hold much hatred toward them, and his emotions remained relatively calm. Because Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo had died, and the 2 people closest to him were gone, his hair had turned white overnight, and he did not have long to live. Before he passed away, his daughter Ning Rongrong and son-in-law Oscar were both inheriting divinity, which meant that the 7 treasure glazed tile school would have 2 divinities in the future. His daughter Ning Rongrong and son-in-law Oscar only had the qualifications to become gods thanks to Tang San's blessing. The 2 of them could replace the deceased Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, becoming the 2 new guardian gods of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. The energy possessed by a level 100 divinity had already been communicated to Ning Fengji by Spirit Hall and Sea God Island. With food god Oscar and 9-colored goddess Ning Rongrong, the 7 treasure glazed tile school could be just as powerful and enduring as Spirit Hall and Sea God Island. This was what Ning Fengji thought before he was buried. He passed away watching Ning Rongrong and Oscar with a satisfied smile full of hope. If Ning Fengji had lived until Ning Rongrong and Oscar became gods and ascended to the god realm, and learned what happened afterward, that would probably be when he would truly lose his temper. Fengji, find a mountain range to serve as a place for our 7 treasure glazed tile school to seclude itself. Our 7 treasure glazed tile school's foundation is ultimately not as deep as Spirit Hall or the Clear Sky sect. If things can still develop according to the original direction, we will follow the Clear Sky sect, and the 7 treasure glazed tile school will give birth to 2 more divinities. If things change, the 7 treasure glazed tile school will seclude itself from the world, accumulate resources, and wait for the appropriate time to emerge. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect could still find an opportunity to change its fate, but the 7 treasure glazed tile school truly could not find a single opportunity. They did not know where the immortal herbs were. Ning Rongrong had not mentioned them. The sect was suffering from a lack of successor talent, and Ji Yurong was no longer young. Even if they went to see God Island, there was no possibility of him becoming a god. Furthermore, from the perspective of Ning Fengji and Ning Zhiping, there was no need to change the final fate of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, as the sect had produced 2 divinities. At most, they would modify the spirit hunting operation, where the 7 treasure glazed tile school had suffered heavy losses, with 2,000 sect disciples perishing, along with over 100 direct descendants of the Ning family. As well as the final battle at Jialing Pass, where Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo had perished. Being cannon fodder for the Tang family members, this was absolutely impossible. On the other side, having guessed that both the Clear Sky sect and Spirit Hall had those who experienced rebirth, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect thought the same as the 7 treasure glazed tile school. However, they did not harbor any resentment toward the Clear Sky sect. Yu Yuanjun had died early and did not know much, and they had received highly positive information about the Clear Sky sect from the reincarnated Yu Shaogang. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect also had no intention of secluding themselves. They prepared to unite with the Clear Sky sect and the 7 treasure glazed tile school to fight Spirit Hall to the end. Because they were the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, the first round of immortal herbs had been taken away by Qian Xunji, and there was no possibility of seizing them back, so they would wait for the second round. At that time, the upper 3 sects would stand together and unite to compete with Spirit Hall for the immortal herbs. The immortal herbs obtained through the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect's competition would be given to Yu Shaogang and Lu Erlong, to be consumed by the child who inherited the golden sacred dragon spirit. At that time, this child would also go to see God Island with the Shrek 7 devils for training, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect would also be able to produce a divinity. In this world, for the sake of survival, people are often unable to control their own actions. Although the union of Yu Shaogang and Lu Erlong, being cousins, violated human ethics, in the face of absolute benefits and the revitalization of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, such minor ethical concerns meant nothing. A month later, Spirit Hall, Supreme Pontiff Palace. Qian Dalu was somewhat agitated. The communication between the Clear Sky sect, the 7 treasure glazed tile school, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect had begun to become close, which naturally could not escape the eyes of Spirit Hall. The upper 3 sects standing together. The 7 treasure glazed tile school and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, these 2 insignificant sects, he did not take them seriously at all. What truly made Qian Daoliu agitated was that there was no information about Bibi Dong on this year's Spirit Awakening list. He remembered it was this year, Bibi Dong awakened twin spirits, the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Eating Spider Emperor, with innate full spirit power. She was the second person in history to possess twin spirits, and she was immediately sent to Spirit Hall with the highest honors, where Qian Xunji, who was succeeding as Supreme Pontiff, took her as his disciple. But what was going on? Where had Bibi Dong gone? Could it be that Bibi Dong had also experienced rebirth and was unwilling to come to Spirit Hall? Spirit Hall provided spirit awakening for all civilian children on the continent. If a civilian's spirit was outstanding and their innate spirit power was above level 5, the Spirit Hall staff would extend an invitation. If that child was unwilling to join Spirit Hall, the Spirit Hall staff could not force them, and could only add them to the work-study student list. Qian Daoliu leaned helplessly against the Supreme Pontiff's chair and closed his eyes. If Bibi Dong had truly experienced rebirth and was unwilling to come to Spirit Hall, then the second plan had also failed. If Bibi Dong was unwilling to come to Spirit Hall, then the place she would go was also very obvious. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, Yu Shaogang sect. Forget it, forget it. So what if there were no descendants to inherit the angel god position? Once his son had gone through the tempering of Slaughter City and enriched his combat experience, he would open the angel god trial for Qian Xunji. Once he reached level 99, he would first go to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and slaughter Bibi Dong, then proceed to the Clear Sky sect to exterminate the entire Clear Sky sect, and finally self-destruct to take that old thing Tang Chen down with him. When the time came, so what if Bo Saishi came for revenge? On the continent, would she be a match for his son after he had gone through the training of Slaughter City? Chapter 22. Bibi Dong joins the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. At the location of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, above a mist-shrouded lake, a relatively simple carriage slowly approached the shore. From the carriage, a little girl stepped down. She wore the uniform of some unknown junior Spirit Master Academy, was about 6 years old, and had shoulder-length pink hair. She seemed naturally beautiful, with fair and delicate skin, and her features were as cute as a porcelain doll. It was easy to imagine that if this little girl grew up healthy, she would be stunningly beautiful. However, the little girl's face was cold, devoid of any innocence typical of her age, and she exuded an air of authority. This little girl was Bibi Dong, reborn after being executed by the Asura judgment at Jialing Pass. Bibi Dong was reborn on the day of her spirit awakening. After a very brief consideration, she chose to join the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and become a member of it, to find Yu Xiaogang, the man she loved across 2 lifetimes. Yu Xiaogang was a year younger than her. After his spirit awakening, his innate spirit power was half a level, and his spirit was Luo Sanpao, earning him ridicule from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. She deeply loved Yu Xiaogang. In both lives, he was her most beloved and important person. How could she bear to watch her beloved Xiaogang be ridiculed and bullied, and remain indifferent when he was at his lowest, most in need of comfort and help? Therefore, during her spirit awakening, she concealed her second spirit, the soul-eating Spider Emperor, revealing only her first spirit, the Death Spider Emperor, with innate full spirit power talent. This was to avoid the birth of the second twin spirit genius on the continent, which would have led Spirit Hall staff to report it, and Spirit Hall would stop at nothing to make her join. Afterward, claiming she did not want to be too far from home and might join Spirit Hall in the future, she declined the invitation from the Spirit Hall staff and asked them to issue her a work-study student certificate. She abandoned the plan of going to Spirit Hall, being taken as a disciple by Qian Xunji again, becoming the Holy Maiden of Spirit Hall, using its vast resources to accumulate strength, mastering her twin spirits, cultivating to level 99 limit Douluo, annihilating the filthy, despicable, shameless, disgusting, and beastly Angel Clan, becoming the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall, and using Spirit Hall as a dowry to be with Yu Xiaogang. Annihilating the Angel Clan, killing Qian Douluo, and fully controlling Spirit Hall would take too long. Yu Xiaogang was her most important person. Compared to him, Spirit Hall was insignificant. If she ignored Yu Xiaogang being bullied and ridiculed for the sake of her plan, what right did she have to say she loved him? To love someone is to give everything for that person, even one's life. That was Bibi Dong's view on love. In her previous life, she had no choice. She had already prepared to give up everything she gained in Spirit Hall, money, status, resources, and elope with Yu Xiaogang to pursue her love. But then she was violated by that beast Qian Xunji, her body defiled, and that beast threatened Yu Xiaogang's life to force her to break up with him, so she had to stay in Spirit Hall. But in this life, she was reborn. Her body was still pure, and she could start over from scratch. Using the work-study student certificate, Bibi Dong entered a junior Spirit Master Academy. With the help of an instructor there, she obtained a datura snake about 200 years old as her first spirit ring. After receiving a few months of Spirit Master subsidies and saving enough travel expenses, she immediately left the Junior Spirit Master Academy, hired a carriage, and came here. The Junior Spirit Master Academy's environment was too poor. Not to mention the co-ed, poor quality work-study student dormitories, there were no cultivation resources or simulated training grounds for Spirit Master cultivation. The first spirit ring she obtained was barely 200 years old. It was lacking in every way. How important are cultivation resources for a Spirit Master's training? A Spirit Master with an innate half-level spirit power and a waste spirit might never reach level 10 through solitary cultivation in a lifetime. But with sufficient resources, they could break through to the level of a 29th level Spirit Grand Master at a young age, with a cultivation speed no less than those with innate levels 4 or 5. As for the loss of talent from these few months and the low year first spirit ring, Bibi Dong did not care much. Losing just a bit of talent was worth it for her beloved Yu Shaogang. Moreover, by joining the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, she could make up for it. As one of the upper three sects, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect's cultivation resources would not be far behind Spirit Hall's, though it was far inferior in spirit bones. Having been reborn with a broader perspective, especially having seen Tang San's spirit ring configurations of 9 red and 1 gold, 8 red and 2 gold, she planned to replace her spirit bones. In her previous life, the 3 spirit bones on her body were top-grade rare spirit bones over 50,000 years old from Spirit Hall. This time, she would definitely replace them all with 100,000-year ones. Your Eminence, can you let me go now that we've reached the destination? The coachman asked Bibi Dong fearfully. Get lost. Bibi Dong coldly glanced at the coachman. During the long journey to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect in Heaven Do City, this coachman had harbored ill intentions, trying to sell her off. If she hadn't been a spirit master, it would have been truly dangerous. If she hadn't needed him to drive the carriage, she would have killed him already. Hearing those 2 words, the coachman felt as if pardoned and immediately drove away. Bibi Dong took a boat and arrived at the gate of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Bibi Dong's entry into the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect went very smoothly. No sect would refuse a genius with innate full spirit power. The gate disciple of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect led Bibi Dong to a small pavilion, settled her in, and reported the matter to the sect master. A genius with innate full spirit power, a 6-year-old girl, traveling thousands of miles alone by carriage to join the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, it all sounded somewhat strange. Donger, is that you? Donger. Yu Shaogang and Yu Yuanjun entered the small pavilion, and Yu Shaogang called softly. After the gate disciple reported to Yu Longyuan confirmed repeatedly and sent Yu Shaogang and Yu Yuanjun to see Bibi Dong. Yu Longyuan knew about later events. The fact that Bibi Dong, who should have become Qian Xunji's disciple and the future Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall, came alone to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect spoke for itself. Bibi Dong had returned from rebirth to find Yu Shaogang. Although Bibi Dong later destroyed the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, none of that had happened yet. Bibi Dong was a supreme genius who could inherit a divinity and had twin spirits, and she could give birth to another supreme genius with the talent to inherit a divinity. Such a person deeply loved Yu Shaogang of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. How could the sect reject this immense fortune and the chance to change the fate of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon for something that hadn't happened yet? Chapter 23. Yu Yuanjun's Worry. As the saying goes, in this world, for the sake of survival, people are often unable to control their own actions. There are no permanent enemies, only permanent interests. The 2 great empires do not even know how many years they have been fighting. The hatred accumulated by the 2 great empires over the long years has definitely reached an unimaginable level. Yet, when facing the Spirit Empire, did they not still have to unite, cast aside their previous grievances, and work together against a common enemy? Xiao, Gang. Quote. Bibi Dong stared fixedly at the boy who was 1 year younger than her and slowly stood up. She saw the shadow of the person she had loved most in her 2 lifetimes in this boy. At this little boy's call, she was, for a moment, afraid to acknowledge him. Donger, it is me. Like you, I have also experienced rebirth. Quote. Yu Shaogang walked quickly to the front of Bibi Dong and, just like in the final moments at Jialing Pass, took hold of one of Bibi Dong's hands. This time, Bibi Dong's hand was no longer the icy cold of imminent death, but soft, smooth, and warm. Shaogang. Quote. Bibi Dong threw herself into Yu Shaogang's arms, weeping with joy, and said, Shaogang, I am clean, I am clean. I was not defiled by that beast Qian Xunji again. I am worthy of you now. Quote. Ahem. Quote. Yu Yuanjun gave a light cough to make his presence known. Yu Shaogang and Bibi Dong separated. Yu Shaogang's face was slightly embarrassed, while Bibi Dong did not dare to look at Yu Yuanjun. Because in her previous life, she had wiped out the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, slaughtering all 1,800 sect disciples. Yu Yuanjun had even been dismembered and had his bones taken, his corpse could not even be pieced together. It could be said that he had died without a complete corpse. Such hatred was too mild to be described as irreconcilable. Would Yu Yuanjun accept her? Yu Yuanjun looked at Bibi Dong quietly and said, slowly, let what has not yet happened pass. Bibi Dong, since you have chosen to join the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, then you are a person of my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Quote, you and Xiaogang could not be together in your previous life for various reasons. In this life, make up for those regrets. Quote, thank you, Uncle Yu. Quote, seeing that Yu Yuanjun was so reasonable and did not hold her accountable, Bibi Dong could not help but feel a surge of guilt for launching the soul hunting operation in her previous life and slaughtering the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. She secretly swore to herself that she must strive to cultivate, bring her twin spirits to major achievement, reach level 99, lead the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect to unify the continent, and become Yu Xiaogang's most capable wife. Yu Xiaogang pressed his hands on Bibi Dong's shoulders and said, Donger, we have already recognized each other. While Spirit Hall is unaware that you have also experienced rebirth and come to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, you should quickly return to Spirit Hall. Quote, Xiaogang, I do not want to go to Spirit Hall. I do not want to see that beast Qian Xunji again. I want to stay with you. Bibi Dong shook her head like a rattle drum. Donger, Spirit Hall possesses excellent heaven and earth treasure. They have some things that our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect does not, especially a mortal herb. Only if you go to Spirit Hall can your talent be excavated to the greatest extent. Quote, Yu Xiaogang tried to persuade her earnestly. He was touched that Bibi Dong loved him so much, but he coveted the immortal herb and wanted Bibi Dong to acknowledge Qian Xunji as her master again, so she could obtain the 9-rank purple Ganoderma from Qian Xunji. Currently, he and Yu Yuanjun both unanimously believed that the reason Spirit Hall possessed so many titled Douluo in later generations was that they were all cultivated by Qian Xunji using immortal herb. Bibi Dong, who had twin spirits and could inherit a divinity, must have also consumed a mortal herb to have this potential, just like his twin spirit's genius disciple Tang San. A mortal herb. Bibi Dong blinked and smiled. Xiaogang, where would Spirit Hall get a mortal herb? Spirit Hall has searched for so many years and has not even seen a shadow of one. Quote, Yu Xiaogang widened his eyes to the maximum, staring directly into Bibi Dong's eyes. Donger, did you not consume any immortal herb? You must not lie to me, okay? Quote, Bibi Dong pushed Yu Xiaogang away, her face showing a very aggrieved expression. Xiaogang, how could I possibly lie to you? After my rebirth, I refused the invitation from the Spirit Hall staff, went to the Junior Spirit Master Academy, and became a work-study student in the dirty and crowded work-study dormitory. I scrimped and saved, and after much difficulty, I finally saved enough travel money to come to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. How can you suspect me? Quote, Donger, it is my fault, it is my fault. I should not have suspected you, I should not have suspected you. Quote, seeing Bibi Dong's expression, which contained not a trace of falsehood or grievance, and realizing she had indeed experienced quite a bit of hardship, Yu Xiaogang hurriedly began to comfort her. After Bibi Dong's emotions returned to calm, he told her about the ice and fire yin-yang well, his father seeing Qian Xunji taking away all the immortal herb from the ice and fire yin-yang well, and the effect that immortal herb could have in fundamentally transforming a person. After thinking carefully, Bibi Dong shook her head. Xiaogang, Qian Xunji indeed never gave me any immortal herb to consume. Quote, Yu Xiaogang asked suspiciously, that is truly strange. Qian Xunji is willing to give immortal herb to that group of titled Douluo in Spirit Hall, but not to Donger. Is Donger not even comparable to that group of titled Douluo? Quote, I know now. Quote, after a moment of silence in the small attic, Bibi Dong spoke up suddenly. Yu Xiaogang asked hurriedly, Donger, do you know why? Quote, Bibi Dong nodded gently, her expression cold to the extreme, and monstrous killing intent was brewing. That beast-like dog Qian Xunji had long coveted my innate full spirit power talent and had long regarded me as a tool to propagate offspring for the angel clan. He never regarded me as a human being at all, so he did not give me any immortal herb, fearing that I would exceed his control. He took me as his disciple with the intention of monitoring me. Quote, the more Bibi Dong thought about it, the more she felt this was the answer, and it was the only answer. The most favorable evidence was Qian Runshui. Qian Runshui went on the undercover mission in the Heaven Do Empire, wasting so much of her talent. She was nearly 30 years old and was only at the Spirit Saint realm, not much different from that trash Qian Xunji. What could she use to inherit the angel god position? There was only one possibility, immortal herb. Qian Xunji had saved the immortal herb for Qian Runshui. Only then would Qian Runshui be qualified to inherit the angel god position. The angel clan is indeed dirty, despicable, shameless, hypocritical, disgusting beasts. Quote, Yu Shaogang immediately expressed his agreement with Bibi Dong's answer. When a person loathes another to the extreme, then whatever the other party does, regardless of whether it is good or evil, will be speculated upon with the darkest and most sordid thoughts. The person whom Yu Shaogang and Bibi Dong loathed and found most nauseating in their lives was, without a doubt, qian xunji. Shaogang, even without a mortal herb, I have the ability to become a god. I will use my divine blood to cleanse your marrow and body. I believe in you. Even if your talent is not good now, you can still rely on your invincible theory to carve out your own path and become the Grand Master whom everyone respects. Quote, invincible theory. On the side, seeing Bibi Dong's heart and eyes filled with Yu Shaogang, and seeing her hold Yu Shaogang's theory in such high esteem, Yu Yuanjun showed a look of worry. He had perished together with a titled Douluo of Spirit Hall and did not know what progress Yu Shaogang's theory had made in later generations, but he was very clear about what Yu Shaogang's theoretical knowledge was like before he passed away. And at that time, his son had already used that theoretical knowledge to infatuate Bibi Dong completely. Chapter 24. Transformation of the Seraphim. Yu Shaogang's theories could be said to be the most basic and rather boring theories found in books. For ordinary commoner spirit masters who have no experience and have just stepped onto the path of a spirit master, they can indeed have a slight effect. As long as spirit masters on the continent have some experience, they can naturally figure them out. For spirit master families, sects, and even slightly higher level spirit master academies, they have no value. Spirit master elders of high-level spirit master families and spirit master academies would cast them aside with a single glance, holding them in contempt. This is because they feel highly manufactured, are quite imprecise, and even include some of his own erroneous theories, all for the sake of fishing for fame. Yet, Bibi Dong is a spirit master cultivated by Spirit Hall, and in terms of the richness of theoretical knowledge, I fear no force in the spirit master's world can compare to Spirit Hall. This truly makes Yu Yuanjun feel strange. He really doesn't know how Spirit Hall cultivates talent. To teach someone like Bibi Dong, who is ignorant and incompetent, and this person is still the holy maiden of Spirit Hall and the first successor to the position of Supreme Pontiff. Oh no, Yu Yuanjun thought of some things and suddenly changed his tone. He shouldn't say Bibi Dong is ignorant and incompetent, rather, it should be that Yu Shaogang is incredibly skilled at brainwashing. If he entered a pyramid scheme, he could definitely become a pyramid scheme leader. Not only is he able to bewitch Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong completely, but this later also includes his grandson, the successor of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, Yu Tianong. Lu Erlong can barely be understood. She didn't grow up in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect but grew up wildly outside from a young age, so she didn't have much contact with knowledge, but Yu Tianong makes no sense. He also doesn't know what Yu Shaogang actually did. He just spent some time with Yu Tianong, who had just stepped onto the path of cultivation not long ago. Before long, Yu Tianong became incredibly respectful of Yu Shaogang and highly praised Yu Shaogang's theories, wanting Yu Shaogang to teach him using that set of theories. However, he noticed it in advance and once again drove Yu Shaogang out of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect to prevent him from ruining his gifted grandson. I hope not. The look of worry in Yu Yuanjun's eyes grew even more intense. According to unreliable theoretical knowledge, the stronger the innate spirit of the offspring, the greater the life force required from the mother to give birth to such offspring. After Yu Shaogang was born, his wife passed away not long after. Therefore, he had placed high hopes on Yu Shaogang, but Yu Shaogang's spirit awakening revealed only half a level of innate spirit power, and his spirit was just a piglet. This instantly shattered his expectations and also made him feel that unreliable theories were indeed unreliable theories, that theory was simply nonsense. Now that he knows what happened after Yu Shaogang's rebirth, he has reconfirmed that the theory is 100% correct. Yu Shaogang's potential is indeed incredibly huge, his spirit is extremely strong, and his bloodline has undergone atavism, surpassing the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul to become the Golden Sacred Dragon. It is just that his wife could not provide the life force required for such a powerful spirit, leading to Yu Shaogang's spirit becoming a trash spirit semi-finished product, Luo San Pao. An immortal herb could not be obtained, causing Shaogang's Luo San Pao spirit to remain a semi-finished product, but judging from what happened in later generations, the golden sacred dragon bloodline within Luo San Pao should have undergone extremely pure atavism. Bibi Dong must be with Yu Shaogang, only in this way can a descendant possessing a finished golden sacred dragon spirit be born. With Bibi Dong's talent and physique, he believes she must have the ability to carry such a child with an excellent bloodline and spirit, his grandson. His Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect will then be able to give birth to 2 divinities. In Slaughter City, inside the ancient castle beneath the Hell Slaughter Arena, there was a stone chamber with an area of over 100 square meters. Inside the stone chamber, a vast swimming pool had been built, occupying 4/5 of the room's area. The pool was not filled with water. Apart from water brought in by outsiders, there was simply no water in Slaughter City. What was used to quench thirst was entirely Bloody Mary or human blood. And this pool was filled to the brim with Bloody Mary, emitting an evil and nauseating stench. In the center of the pool, Qian Xunji sat cross-legged amidst the Bloody Mary, cultivating. He was not using his 6-winged angel martial soul to purify the evil killing intent within the Bloody Mary. Instead, he was absorbing the evil killing intent from the Bloody Mary into his body, selectively purifying and expelling the evil aura within, while the killing intent was integrated into his spirit. A spirit is a part of a spirit master's body and can influence the spirit master's heart nature, but conversely, a spirit master's personality can also influence their spirit. This is also why, 10,000 years later, some spirit masters who had suffered devastation, suppression, and torture became twisted in mind, insane, and their spirit attributes became evil, allowing them to cultivate by slaughtering living beings and completely falling into becoming an evil spirit master. Qian Xunji certainly did not want his spirit to become extremely evil and vicious. That is the development direction suitable for the Rakshasa god, not the Asura god. The original work describes the shift toward the Asura god's development direction very clearly. It is to let the spirit be soaked in killing intent. The slaughter god domain is a domain formed by the convergence of killing intent, and the slaughter god domain is the initial prototype of the Asura domain. As a spirit master's killing intent slowly accumulates, the slaughter god domain constantly evolves, ultimately evolving into the Asura domain. Nearly half a year had passed since Qian Xunji entered Slaughter City. During these 6 months, he was either slaughtering the fallen ones of Slaughter City or using the killing intent within the Bloody Mary to cultivate and stabilize his killing intent. In half a year, Qian Xunji had slaughtered 7/10 of the fallen ones in Slaughter City, causing a massive reduction in the population of the entire Slaughter City. The task he issued was that killing him would yield 10 black-veiled women as a reward. Although he would change locations to confuse the fallen ones of Slaughter City after slaughtering a portion of them, as time passed, after slaughtering 2/5 of the fallen ones of Slaughter City gradually realized that this was an impossible task that was just throwing away one's life. Although the task reward made people crazy, one had to be alive to take it. For this reason, Qian Xunji reduced the difficulty of the task. Just taking off one of his arms would earn 2 black-veiled women as a reward. Then he reduced it further, cutting off one of his fingers or toes would earn 1 black-veiled woman as a reward. At the beginning, Qian Xunji certainly dared not issue such a task, as there was a non-negligible chance of failing, but after slaughtering who knows how many experienced babies in the first task, his combat techniques, combat experience, and combat level had all improved tremendously. After a long period of effort, slaughtering so many fallen ones in Slaughter City, and cultivating in the Bloody Mary, Qian Xunji's head of long golden hair had turned pale white, with hardly any gold left to be found, and his 6-winged angel martial soul had already turned 8/10 blood red. If one were to say that the former 6-winged angel martial soul, when looked at by ordinary spirit masters with weak wills and common people, would make them feel their hearts were purified, causing inflated desires to gradually dissipate and dissolve from their hearts, and their state of mind to become pure, then now, seeing this blood-red seraphim, the killing emotions in one's heart would be stirred up, and the desire to kill would rise greatly. Chapter 25. 10 Core Competencies of Martial Spirits. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Not long ago, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect held its new round of awakening ceremonies. Yu Shaogang, as in his previous life, had a piglet awakened as his spirit, with an innate spirit power of only half a rank. This situation made the jaws of almost all disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect drop. Many people suspected whether Yu Yuanjun had been cheated on, Otherwise, how could the dignified world's #1 beast spirit, the blue lightning tyrant dragon, turn into an ugly-looking piglet? Moreover, the innate spirit power was only half a rank. This was clearly a trash spirit. The contrast between the world's #1 beast spirit and a trash spirit was as vast as heaven and earth. After Yu Xiaoging's spirit, Luo Sanpao, was awakened, Yu Yuanjun immediately issued an order. Yu Xiaoging's spirit, Luo Sanpao, was a semi-finished product resulting from a failed atavism of the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul towards the radiant sacred dragon. Upon hearing this news, most direct disciples of the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect and those outer sect disciples who managed the sect side. The golden sacred dragon was a top-tier beast spirit that surpassed the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul. If Yu Xiaoging had successfully awakened the golden sacred dragon, he would certainly have become the new leader of the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect and potentially led it to greater heights in the future, possibly becoming the #1 sect in the world. Some disciples of the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect had no reaction, as whether Yu Xiaoging's talent was excellent or not didn't change their situation. A small portion of the disciples were gloating. For this portion of gloating disciples, seeing others suffer, especially those with high status who were originally high and mighty, always struck their funny bone and made them feel excited. Some even inwardly suspected whether Yu Yuanjun's explanation was just a cover-up, and that someone had truly cheated on him. After Yu Yuanjun issued the order, Yu Xiaoging indeed did not suffer the mockery of the entire blue lightning tyrant dragon sect as he did in the original story. It should be said that the mockery he received was greatly reduced. If Yu Xiaoging had just kept a low profile and been a non-entity in the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect, perhaps Yu Yuanjun's plan could have truly succeeded. Unfortunately, Yu Xiaoging did not. Yu Xiaoging's emotional intelligence could be said to be truly too low, and he was too self-centered. Otherwise, when he went to a small place like the Nodding Junior Spirit Master Academy, he wouldn't have been superficially respected but inwardly looked down upon by those Spirit Grand Master teachers and students, who thought he was a freeloader, a clown in the Spirit Master's world, and had no real knowledge, until Tang San appeared and showed his excellent talent. One must know that Yu Xiaoging's cultivation was at rank 29 as a Spirit Grand Master, which was definitely among the top in the Nodding Junior Spirit Master Academy. Plus the knowledge of spirit beasts he possessed and the meditation cultivation technique he had. If he had just taken out a tiny bit of scraps, the entire Nodding Junior Spirit Master Academy would certainly have been grateful and sincerely recognized the Grand Master. Having succeeded in the latter half of his life and standing at the peak of the continent, the reborn Yu Xiaoging became even more so in this regard. In the eyes of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect disciples, except for those with close kinship, the others were no different from the students at the Nodding Junior Spirit Master Academy. Yu Xiaoging, just like in his previous life, furiously consumed resources to improve his cultivation, which was fine. What caused the anger of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect disciples to skyrocket was that Yu Xiaoging often pretended to be transcendent and aloof, frequently looking at people with an indifferent gaze, maintaining the demeanor and bearing of a senior expert. What made the anger of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect disciples explode the most was that Yu Xiaoging was actually on intimate terms with Yu Xiaodong, actually Bibi Dong, this proud daughter of heaven of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, who was as cute and moving as a porcelain doll and would surely be the sect's flower in the future. If Yu Xiaoging's spirit had truly been the Golden Sacred Dragon, a top-tier spirit surpassing the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, and he was the new leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, that would be one thing. But at most, Yu Xiaoging could only be considered a fallen genius. By what right did he dare to be so arrogant? Douluo continent could be said to be extremely precocious. Spirit masters were old hands before they were 12, and those who frequented brothels were everywhere. When the 6-year-old looking Xiao Wu entered the work-study student dormitory of the Nodding Junior Spirit Master Academy, many little boys felt their hearts stir, and Xiao Chunu directly told Xiao Wu to be his pet rabbit. Even Tang San, a pure young man who was 35 years old in total over 2 lives, couldn't help but comment, "What are these little boys thinking about at such a young age? Their thoughts are so dirty." As for Bibi Dong changing her name to Yu Xiaodong, it was because she already knew that Qian Xunji of the Spirit Hall had been reborn, and she guessed that Qian Xunji did not treat Bibi Dong as a person, but merely as a tool for reproduction. To prevent the news of Bibi Dong joining the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect from leaking out, causing Qian Douluo and Qian Xunji to come and snatch her, Yu Yuanjun let Bibi Dong temporarily change her name and stay in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect to cultivate, waiting until she had fully grown up before appearing on the continent to take revenge. Under Yu Xiaoging's actions, the disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect once again erupted in verbal abuse and humiliation directed at Yu Xiaoging, just like in his previous life. However, the reborn Yu Xiaoging still disdained these verbal abuses and insults, just like he did when facing the slander from the students and teachers of the Notting Junior Spirit Master Academy in his previous life. He disdained to argue with this bunch of people and waste his breath. Yu Xiaoging disdained it, but Bibi Dong could not tolerate it. In her previous life, wasn't it because these people bullied, excluded, and hurt her beloved Xiaogang, causing her Xiaogang pain, that she exterminated the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect? By what right do you scold Xiaogang? Xiaogang's spirit atavism failed, that's not his problem. In a part of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, Bibi Dong angrily rebuked several disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect who were gathered together, very dissatisfied with Yu Xiaoging, and were secretly commenting that Yu Xiaoging was clearly just a 6-year-old, a piece of trash with only half a rank of innate spirit power, yet he acted like an expert, pretending to be mature, hypocritical and pretentious. Yu Xiaodong. Several disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect who didn't have high innate spirit power or status, and who had a crush on Bibi Dong, saw Bibi Dong's furious, icy eyes, looking like she wanted to kill someone, and showed a guilty look on their faces. The leader of the small circle, a direct disciple of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, said calmly, "Xiaodong, is there something wrong with what we said? Isn't Yu Xiaoging a trash spirit master with only half a rank of innate spirit power? The spirit atavism failure is indeed not his problem, but failure is failure after all. Once he failed and became a trash spirit master, yet still acts like an expert, pretending to be mature, that is his problem. Shut up. Xiaogang is not trash. Xiaogang may indeed have bad luck with his spirit, but his wisdom and talent in terms of theory are unmatched. This is the theory that Xiaogang researched in just a few short weeks after his spirit awakening failed, 10 core competencies of martial spirits. Bibi Dong very proudly took out the theoretical book of the 10 core competencies of martial spirits that Yu Xiaoging had written not long ago. To elevate Yu Xiaoging, she even specifically lied and pretended that this was something Yu Xiaoging had spent a few weeks researching. Chapter 26. Read more books, Bibi Dong. 10 core competencies of martial spirits. First, origin of spirits. Everyone can only inherit the more powerful spirit of their parents. Under special circumstances, it is also possible to inherit both of the parents' spirits. Second, spirits will mutate. There is a certain probability of spirit mutation. In most cases, the quality of the spirit weakens, though in a minority of cases, it strengthens. Third, awakening of spirit power. Everyone awakens their spirit at the age of 6. Only those who have spirit power accompanying their spirit awakening can become a spirit master. The amount of spirit power is determined by the quality of the spirit. Fourth, acquisition of spirit rings. Spirit rings must be obtained from spirit beasts. Spirit beasts can be classified into 5 types based on their age: 10-year, 100-year, 1,000-year, 10,000-year, 100,000-year, and million-year. Their spirit ring colors are, in order, white, yellow, purple, black, red, and gold. Fifth, every spirit master should have their own development direction. Spirit masters should choose between the attack system, control system, agility attack system, support system, or defense system based on the characteristics of their spirit. Sixth, spirit ring bottleneck. When a spirit master cultivates to a bottleneck, even if they have not obtained a spirit ring, it will not affect the increase of spirit power, they simply cannot advance to the next level to gain new improvements. Once a spirit ring is obtained, the results of the cultivation will quickly manifest. Seventh, spirits are divided into beast spirit and tool spirit. Before level 70, beast spirit is stronger than tool spirit. After reaching level 70 and awakening the martial soul avatar, tool spirit is stronger than beast spirit. Eighth, there is no trash spirit in the world, only trash spirit masters. As long as you find the right method to cultivate your spirit, you can become a peak expert. Ninth, spirit bone. Spirit masters with different attributes are suitable for spirit bones of different attributes. Only by choosing the most suitable spirit bone can the power of the spirit bone be maximized. 10th, Theory of spirit fusion. Spirits with different attributes can also undergo fusion. Only with certain coordination can the effect of a spirit fusion skill be exerted, thereby forming a spirit fusion skill with immense power. Bibi Dong stood with one hand on her waist, holding the theory that Yu Shaogang had researched in her other hand, opening it to show the disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect in front of her. She lifted her chin slightly, her face full of pride, as if showing off just how outstanding the person she had set her eyes on truly was. What did it matter if his strength wasn't enough? Once she cultivated to become a god, Yu Shaogang would sooner or later reach the realm of a titled Douluo at the peak of the continent. Since ancient times, how many titled Douluo experts had been born on the continent? The number had long since broken into the thousands, or even tens of thousands. And Yu Shaogang's wisdom and talent in theoretical aspects were at an unprecedented level. This was exactly what attracted her to Yu Shaogang. Only someone with wisdom and talent at the peak of the continent like Yu Shaogang was worthy of her, whose appearance, talent, and strength were also at the peak of the continent. This theory was researched by Yu Shaogang. A moment later, the voice of a direct disciple of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect rang out. Because the book was blocking her view, Bibi Dong did not see the expression on the face of the direct disciple of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, who was the oldest, most knowledgeable, and standing in the very center of the small circle. It was a look that was hard to describe. Of course it was. Bibi Dong lowered her hand and replied proudly. The direct disciple looked at Bibi Dong as if she were an idiot, his face speechless. Plagiarism is plagiarism, and you didn't even copy the whole thing. How is Yu Shaogang shameless enough to say these theories were researched by himself? Bibi Dong shrieked, her face flushed red, the veins on her forehead bulging one by one, and said, "You're lying. How can you slander Shaogang's innocence out of thin air? These theories were clearly researched by Shaogang himself." The direct disciple sighed lightly. "Yu Shaodong, do you even know what the word, research, actually means? Research is exploring and thinking about problems that we spirit masters have not yet been able to solve. Aside from the 8th theory, who among us spirit masters from big families with some knowledge doesn't know the other 9? They have long been recorded in the library of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Taking knowledge that has already appeared and wanting to compile it into a book is called borrowing. You insist on saying this is your own research, that is called plagiarism. If there is only one of those 9 theories that could be called research, it would be the so-called million-year spirit ring being gold. I don't know how Yu Shaogang's imagination ran so wild that he dared to think there were million-year spirit beasts on the continent, and even guessed that the spirit ring dropped by a million-year spirit beast would be gold. I don't know about this, so I can't prove it, but the content of the other 9 theories is purely plagiarism." Bibi Dong's face went slightly blank. The incomparable pride that had been on her face earlier had disappeared without a trace, she knew not when. As for the only theory Yu Shaogang researched, the 8th one, there is no trash spirit in the world, only trash spirit masters. As long as you find the right method to cultivate your spirit, you can become a peak expert. The direct disciple looked at Bibi Dong, whose eyes were flickering with a faint light, as if she were making a final struggle, rekindling a last shred of hope. When have you ever seen a spirit master with a trash spirit become a peak expert on the continent? I won't even mention Yu Shaogang, his spirit's ancestral reversion failed, and who knows if there is any possibility of it succeeding in the future. Let's just talk about those ordinary children with trash spirits who don't even have innate spirit power. They can't even start on the path of a spirit master, so how could they cultivate into a peak expert? This is just chicken soup for the soul that Yu Shaogang uses to comfort himself. The direct disciple reached out and took the 10 core competencies of martial spirits from Bibi Dong's hand, gently patting the forehead of the dazed Bibi Dong with the book. "Read more books, Yu Shaodong. This kind of thing can only fool a 7-year-old girl like you who has no knowledge and whose brain hasn't fully developed yet. I advise you to spend less time with Yu Shaogang in the future. It's really easy to get infected by hanging out with a fool or a lunatic, and end up becoming a fool or a lunatic yourself." Bibi Dong stood dazed on the spot, her mind still numb and blank. She, the dignified Bibi Dong, Supreme Pontiff of the Spirit Hall, Empress of the Spirit Empire, the first to solve the backlash problem of twin spirits, who had cultivated to become the Rakshasa god, and whose 2 lives added up to 70 years, was actually being mocked by a teenage brat for being ignorant, brainless, a lunatic, and a fool. The direct disciple looked at Bibi Dong quietly. He already had a sweetheart and had no interest in the lowly Bibi Dong. He was willing to say so much to Bibi Dong mainly because Bibi Dong was a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, a super genius with innate full spirit power, and a young girl who had not yet seen much of the world. If he knew Bibi Dong's true background, he would probably really wonder if such a creature, whose brain stood at the peak of the Douluo continent, could truly exist in this world. Or, was it possible that stupidity was actually contagious? Chapter 27. Slaughter Angel. Boss, you just said that if knowledge not found in books is written down and published, it's not plagiarism but research. In that case, I think I've researched the 10 core competencies of humanity. The idea guy in the small group, a young man who had a crush on Bibi Dong, spoke up. First, humans need to breathe. Second, humans need to drink water, preferably clean water. Third, humans need to eat food. Fourth, food is mainly sourced from rice, flour, meat, and vegetables. Fifth, no matter how delicious food is, you cannot eat only one type. Eating only one type will lead to nutritional imbalance. Consuming a variety of foods is the only way to stay healthy. Sixth, eating too much at once is hard to digest and might make you unable to eat the next few meals. Seventh, there is no difference between rice and flour as staples, it mainly depends on the living region and taste differences. Eighth, proper exercise will increase your appetite and exercise your body, lack of exercise will lead to obesity. Ninth, if you are sick, you should see a doctor. Some problems the body will heal naturally, but most diseases are caused by minor illnesses. 10th, people with closer bloodline cannot be together, because children born from such unions have a high probability of being deformed. How is it? My 10 core competencies of humanity are pretty good, right? They shouldn't be recorded in any books. If I publish them as a book, could I pass as a master of human theory? The disciple was amused. You can go and try, but I suspect that not only spirit masters, but even commoners would laugh you to death. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. The crowd burst into laughter, and for a moment, the place was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Only Bibi Dong, dressed in a purple dress with a look of questioning life, seemed out of place. Hell Road. Qian Xunji stood on a narrow path that could only accommodate one person. Behind him was a dark red serpent. On the head and back of this serpent, there were a total of 9 protrusions, each resembling a bright red mushroom, inside which it seemed as if blood were flowing. The serpent's belly was exceptionally large, bulging on the narrow path, and its length exceeded at least 10 meters. However, 1/3 of the serpent's body had been severed in 2, it could be said to be dead beyond a doubt, with only the snake tail still twitching due to some reflexes. In Qian Xunji's palm was a scorching red bead. The scorching red bead emitted extremely strong energy, and its appearance looked like an aggregate of molten lava. This bead was the inner core of the 10-headed fierce young serpent. In Tang San's words, the 10-headed fierce young serpent was evaluated as a primordial exotic beast. When its inner core appeared, the world lost its color. Ma Hongjun consumed this inner core, causing his spirit to evolve into the 7-headed phoenix spirit, granting him the phoenix domain, and evolving his spirit from a top-tier spirit to a super spirit. This inner core no longer has any effect on me now. After 7 months of effort, Qian Xunji's long golden hair had completely turned ash white, and his blue pupils had become blood-colored. It was no longer the blood-red color stained by killing intent as before. His whole body emitted cold and ferocious blood-colored spirit power, and 2 pairs of blood-colored wings were behind him. Before entering Slaughter City, his bright golden 6-winged angel martial soul, which radiated a holy aura, had completely turned blood red, with not a single trace of holy aura to be found. After the bright golden, holy, and radiant seraphim transformed into a blood-colored, murderous seraphim, Qian Xunji's strength in Slaughter City was no longer suppressed. He regained the strength sufficient to contend with a level 95 titled Douluo, and by borrowing the field advantage of Slaughter City, trading a few moves with Qian Dalu was no problem at all. The trials of Hell Road were originally prepared for spirit masters who could not use spirit ability. For Qian Xunji, who could fully unleash his strength, comparable to a level 95 titled Douluo, the dark golden 3-headed bat and the 10-headed fierce young serpent were all slain by him with a wave of his hand. The inner core of the 10-headed fierce young serpent was suitable for spirit masters with the fire attribute. The seraphim originally possessed the 3 attributes of holy, light, and fire, but now Qian Xunji's seraphim only had the attribute of killing intent left. Consuming the inner core of the 10-headed fierce young serpent, besides being able to increase a little spirit power, all other essence would be wasted. After resolving the 10-headed fierce young serpent, there were no more visible obstacles in front of Hell Road. He arrived at the end of Hell Road, which was a huge lake, and the lake was completely filled with boiling Bloody Mary. The Bloody Mary emitted an extremely scorching aura. The boiling hot steam made Qian Xunji's clothes emit a charred smell, which ordinary people could not withstand at all. What was most terrifying was that the killing intent and evil aura here were extremely dreadful. Unless a spirit master's will was extremely firm and their mental force was also very good, they would be immediately assimilated by the evil killing intent emitted by the blood river and turn into a monster that only knew how to kill. In the original work, Juliana, who had a spirit king level and had absorbed a head spirit bone, could not withstand it. If not for Tang San's help, she would have perished here. However, for the current Qian Xunji, the slight scorching aura emitted by the blood river could not affect him at all, and the killing intent within it even made him feel extremely close to it. With a swoosh, Qian Xunji soared into the air, heading at the fastest speed towards the exit 1,000 meters away. An oval light curtain condensed from white light. Stopping in front of the exit condensed from white light, Qian Xunji examined it carefully. He could feel that this white oval light curtain was completely a pool of water condensed from killing intent, filled with the essence of killing intent. I wonder if I can directly absorb an Asura domain by absorbing the killing intent of this oval light curtain. The Slaughter King was entirely covered by a slaughter domain, and the killing intent contained in this oval light curtain was clearly above the slaughter domain. When a spirit master entered it, they would directly fall into a coma and be unable to use any means. It was clear that this oval light curtain should be above the slaughter domain. And as for a domain above the slaughter domain, Qian Xunji could not think of any other answer besides the Asura domain. Qian Xunji sat cross-legged in front of the oval light curtain and released the angelic domain. As soon as the angelic domain made contact with the oval light curtain, the blood-colored angelic domain that entered the oval light curtain turned into a vast whiteness in the blink of an eye, as if it had been permeated. The density and purity of the killing intent in the angelic domain could not compare at all to the density of the killing intent in the oval light curtain. Just like water permeating, water with higher density would permeate water with lower density until the densities of both were the same. Fortunately, the killing intent within the oval light curtain was confined by a strange force, so the killing intent could not seep out. Otherwise, Qian Xunji estimated that he would have been swallowed whole by the killing intent seeping in along the angelic domain, just like the past slaughter gods who entered the light curtain, and would have passed out directly. Past slaughter gods exited Slaughter City, but Qian Xunji did not enter the light curtain, so he would have had to fall into the blood river. Chapter 28. Asura God Trial. Qian Xunji sat cross-legged, slowly absorbing the killing intent that seeped into the domain from the oval-shaped light shield of the angelic domain, just like when he slaughtered the fallen ones in Slaughter City, absorbing the killing intent within the Bloody Mary and channeling it into the Slaughter Angel. As the extremely pure essence of killing intent entered the Slaughter Angel, Qian Xunji felt an incomparable sense of comfort throughout his body. His mind and body were joyful, and all pain had vanished, as if he had entered the embrace of a mother's womb. When the original seraphim entered Douluo Hall and bathed in the radiance of the angel statue, Qian Xunji would feel the same way, but now it was the Slaughter Angel. When it came to slaughter, the Asura god was the ultimate destination. Extremely pure and massive essence of killing intent continuously entered the Slaughter Angel. The Slaughter Angel was like a blood-colored gemstone, emitting a blood-colored light. This red color was deeper than the blood-red river of blood below, resembling a gemstone compressed from the essence of blood. The 7 spirit rings beneath Qian Xunji's feet, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, were also immersed in this blood-colored light. A faint layer of bloody light circled around the spirit rings, and the attributes of the spirit rings, much like the transformation of the seraphim into the Slaughter Angel, were undergoing marrow cleansing, slowly changing. On the chest of the Slaughter Angel, a white bat pattern was slowly taking shape. He did not know how much time had passed, but when the white bat pattern was completely formed, Qian Xunji felt a stir in his heart. The Slaughter God domain erupted, and the environment at the end of the Hell Road, which was like a furnace, became comfortable. The light around Qian Xunji dimmed, as if it had been forcefully sliced open. The white killing intent within the slaughter god domain rotated, terrifyingly, becoming like a physical substance, spinning at an incomparable speed. In an instant, all that white light merged into this rotation like sharp blades. A piercing, shrill shriek, terrifying as if it had come from hell, merged with the white light in that terrifying rotation, seemingly ready to cut through everything around it. This was the Asura blood prison of the slaughter god domain, the evolved skill of the slaughter god domain, which could also be called the second stage of the slaughter god domain. After Qian Xunji obtained the slaughter god domain, he naturally allowed the slaughter god domain to successfully evolve, as if the slaughter god domain had originally been the domain of the slaughter angel. Upon reaching rank 70 and after a spirit master awakened their martial soul avatar, it successfully evolved once. And at the very moment the Asura blood prison was released, a mechanical, aged, cold, and majestic voice rang out in Qian Xunji's mind. Slaughter god domain evolution to Asura blood prison achieved, Asura god trial begins. Swish. The white, oval-shaped light screen suddenly turned blood-colored. A blood-colored beam of light shone out from the oval light screen, enveloping Qian Xunji. The blood-colored beam of light gradually shrank and shrank again, becoming about the size of a fingernail, shining onto Qian Xunji's forehead to form a blood-colored sword-shaped pattern. As the blood-colored sword-shaped pattern flickered, 9 cards circled around Qian Xunji's body. On the back of the cards was a blood-colored heavy sword surrounded by bloody light, and blood-colored characters lit up on the front. Asura God First Trial. Pass 100 consecutive victories in the Hell Slaughter Arena and obtain the Slaughter God domain through the Hell Road, completed. Reward. 5% Asura God Affinity. Asura Second Trial. Breakthrough, River of Blood. Cross the River of Blood within a quarter of an hour. Qian Xunji pinched his chin, holding the small card in his hand, his expression still somewhat surprised. He had obtained the Asura God trial just like that. Could it be that as long as a Spirit Master's Slaughter God domain evolved to the Asura blood prison and they returned to Slaughter City, they could automatically accept the God trial? It seems the Sea God trial is judged by the Sea God Sacred Pillar, which bestows the corresponding test. The Angel God trial involves kneeling before the angel statue and praying for 108 days, then it is bestowed. These all seem to be mechanical programs. Is this oval-shaped light screen equivalent to the Sea God Sacred Pillar and the angel statue? If the Asura God trial is also a mechanical bestowal, it is normal for it to be judged based on the level of the Slaughter God domain. After all, the Slaughter God domain obtained by a Spirit Master who clears Slaughter City is at the initial level. Presumably, no normal Spirit Master would want to enter Slaughter City, this nauseating place, again, or walk the Hell Road that no longer has any difficulty for no reason. Coming to the Hell Road again can only be for the God Position Legacy. Judging by the difficulty of the Hell Road, even if a Spirit Master has enough combat experience and skills to complete the 100 trials of the Hell Slaughter Arena, without at least Spirit Saint level mental force, they would not have the ability to walk out of the Hell Road. Spirit Master rank, combat experience, combat skills, willpower, the 100 consecutive victories in the Hell Slaughter Arena, and the Hell Road have all screened them. The white, oval-shaped light screen only needs to consider whether the level of the Slaughter God domain meets the standard. Since it is mechanical, it is no wonder the Rakshasa God was able to leave behind some small tricks within the Asura God trial, and the Asura God might also have used these small tricks as one of the obstacles of the Asura God trial. After all, Tang Chen's rank 99 cultivation, where his 8th trial obstacle was to kill the 100,000-year 9-headed bloody Crimson Bat King, was completely just handing over the Asura God position. Then I will not destroy Slaughter City for the time being. Qian Xunji flapped his wings and returned to the starting point of the Hell Road. Through the mist, he leapt into the second small path below on the Hell Road, which Tang San had described as walking to one's death. When he arrived on this small path, Qian Xunji discovered that this path did not lead straight to the end of the River of Blood, but was folded, leading all the way down to the source of the River of Blood. After taking off his clothes and putting them away, Qian Xunji jumped into the boiling River of Blood and began the Asura Second Trial. He initially thought the Asura Second Trial was very simple, because the total length of the River of Blood was 2,000 meters, and a quarter of an hour was 15 minutes. For his strength as a spirit saint capable of fighting a titled Douluo, passing through it should be a simple matter. But when he entered the river of blood, Qian Xunji realized he was wrong. The river of blood actually contained a mysterious force that sealed all of his spirit rings. His spirit was not sealed, but his wings were like they had been stuck together by strong resin, and they could not provide any help at all. For this 2,000-meter river of blood, he could only rely on himself and swim across by force. And just as Qian Xunji's body had not yet darted more than 5 meters out of the river of blood, the quiet ring-shaped sea suddenly boiled. Surging waves erupted almost in an instant, smashing heavily against the cliff barrier 10 meters above the sea level. Strangely, the rising blood water did not splash out of the river of blood at all. It neither impacted the ground outside the river of blood, nor did it rush onto the staircase path. In that instant, Qian Xunji's body was completely submerged in the river of blood. Fortunately, Qian Xunji's mental force was not suppressed within the river of blood. When his mental force spread out, he discovered that not only was the surface of the river of blood boiling and churning, but the area under the river was also quite restless. In his mental force observation, there were streaks of red, palm-sized figures rushing toward his location at a not-so-slow speed, and their numbers were quite large. Observing carefully, they were creatures covered with red scales. A small part of their tails and dorsal fins were dark black. Their lower jaws were clearly protruding, their mouth slits were large, and they had mouths revealing small but extremely sharp teeth. Piranhas. Chapter 29. Bibi Dong will not marry Yu Shaogang. It had been nearly 2.5 years since Bibi Dong joined the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. With the ample cultivation resources provided by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and the fact that Bibi Dong was a person who had undergone rebirth, her cultivation in the Spirit Master realm had been smooth sailing. She soon reached the realm of a level 20 Spirit Grandmaster, and with the help of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, she obtained a spider spirit beast with an age of nearly 700 years as her second spirit ring. Late at night, in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, apart from the Spirit Masters standing guard at the main gate and those on patrol, almost all the sect disciples were asleep or sitting cross-legged on their beds to cultivate. Inside a relatively luxurious residence located toward the interior of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, Bibi Dong, who was already 8 years old and had grown to nearly 1.6 meters tall due to the stimulation of 2 spirit rings, her body was beginning to develop, and while her chest still looked flat at a rough glance, a careful look while adjusting her clothes revealed that it had already begun to show some scale, opened her beautiful eyes. It is time to leave this place. Bibi Dong slowly rose, came to the door, and gently pushed it open, creating a gap about 2 fingers wide. She pressed her face against the gap to observe, and seeing no one in the corridor, she carefully pushed the door open and slipped out without making a sound. After closing the door, she ran toward the main gate of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. That was right, Bibi Dong intended to leave the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. She had to leave the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. She would not marry Yu Shaogang. She would rather die than do so. 2 years ago, Bibi Dong learned from a direct disciple of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect about Yu Shaogang's 10 core competencies of martial spirits theory. She realized that, except for the million-year spirit ring which was golden, the other theories were not researched by Yu Shaogang at all, but were plagiarized. She entered the library of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and after comparing them, she confirmed that these theories had long been recorded in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and the records were even more detailed and the theories more rigorous. As for that unique research, the million-year spirit ring, the golden spirit ring, Bibi Dong was also clear that this did not count as research either, it was also plagiarism. It was an answer Yu Shaogang obtained from Tang San, relying on the advantage of rebirth. This was not researched by Yu Shaogang at all. If anything, it was Tang San's achievement, and Yu Shaogang was merely plagiarizing. As for the last theory, that there are no trash spirits in the world, only trash spirit masters, and that as long as one finds the right method to cultivate the spirit, one can become a peak powerhouse. It was indeed as that direct disciple had said, among the powerhouses in this world, whose spirit was a trash spirit. Tang San's blue-silver grass was actually the blue-silver emperor, a top-tier plant-type spirit. Yu Shaogang's Luo Sanpao was a semi-finished golden sacred dragon that surpassed the world's #1 beast spirit, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. This theory was truly nothing more than a bowl of chicken soup. If a spirit master became a top-tier powerhouse by taking an immortal herb, that was the efficacy of the immortal herb, it had little to do with the spirit master themselves. Upon learning that all of Yu Xiaoging's theories were a pile of garbage, and after just a few months of observation while living together, the image of Yu Xiaoging in Bibi Dong's eyes flipped 360 degrees. Originally, in her mind, Yu Xiaoging was an unattainable white moonlight. Although his spirit had mutated maliciously, he had never given up on himself or degenerated. He was full of ideals, motivated, unyielding, upright, and possessed wisdom that was unprecedented and incomparable. It could be said that any beautiful word related to morality in the world could be applied to him. Now it seemed that Yu Xiaoging was simply a piece of trash, a 360-degree dead-end piece of trash. If he had one shining point, it was his face, the incomparable thickness of his skin, to do anything, by any means necessary, just to make a name for himself on the continent. Bibi Dong truly felt that she had been blind to have taken a fancy to such a piece of trash like Yu Xiaoging, and to have fallen hopelessly in love with him. Even in this new life, it was the same, and she had even run to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect to find him. She would absolutely not marry this piece of trash, Yu Xiaoging, to bear his offspring, to be with such trash who disgusted her to the extreme, to have her body touched by Yu Xiaoging. She would rather die. As for why Bibi Dong had seen through Yu Xiaoging's true face a year and a half ago but only left the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect now, the only reason was that Bibi Dong's cultivation was truly too low. For a spirit master's cultivation, the monthly spirit master subsidy was only 1 gold coin, while a spirit grandmaster's subsidy was 10 gold coins. Relying on the 10 gold coins of monthly spirit master subsidy as a spirit grandmaster, plus some savings accumulated over the nearly 2.5 years she had stayed in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, she could live relatively well outside without having to rush about for a living, provided she was frugal with her money. That was why she had held back for a period of time, until now. Bibi Dong's escape was extremely smooth. She was not discovered by any sect disciple. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was established in the middle of a lake. The deep night mist was extremely dense, covering the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Visibility was less than 5 meters, and the moonlight was completely obscured by the fog. She arrived before a lake that was 5 meters wide. This lake could be said to be the mother lake of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. The daily water usage of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was obtained from this river. Bibi Dong had planned her escape route early on. Taking the main gate was definitely not an option. Her cultivation was too low, and she was a famous person in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, so she would be discovered. Scaling the cliff face was extremely strenuous. Her current cultivation was insufficient, and even if it were, it would cause quite a commotion and consume too much time, making it easy to be discovered. Taking the water route was the safest. Only a few spiders could breathe underwater. Bibi Dong's Death Spider Emperor spirit was the most top-tier spider spirit, so lurking in the water was a breeze. 2 yellow spirit rings appeared under Bibi Dong's feet, and the Death Spider Emperor spirit possessed her. Her legs disappeared. From her abdomen down was a huge circular spherical body. From this sphere grew 8 thick, long legs, covered with large clumps of green hair, also carrying mucus, which was disgusting. As it dripped onto the ground, it constantly made popping sounds, highly corrosive. The skin of her upper body was also covered with a layer of purple-black armor, and even her face was covered by a piece of carapace. Below her eyes, there were 4 more small eyes that had grown out. No matter how you looked at it, she looked like a giant poisonous spider. Bibi Dong jumped into the lake and followed the water flow of the lake, passing through the secret passage of the river, to leave the Thunder Gorge. As for where to go next, Bibi Dong had also considered it. Spirit Hull was impossible. She already knew that Qian Xunji had undergone rebirth. That group of dirty, despicable, shameless, hypocritical, disgusting beasts of the Angel clan, in this life, she would completely exterminate them. Next, she would head to the Star Luo Empire and enroll in a decent high-level Spirit Master Academy in the Star Luo Empire. Only a high-level Spirit Master Academy would have the cultivation resources and simulated cultivation fields to provide for her cultivation, and there would also be Spirit Master powerhouses to help her hunt for spirit rings of appropriate age. Chapter 30. The Threat of Yu Yuanjun, the Killing Intent of Bibi Dong. In the Star Luo Empire, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect did not have the ability to reach that far, to find her, and drag her back. Bibi Dong believed in her own talent. She would not need to reveal her second spirit for a high-level Spirit Master Academy to recruit her. Just after Bibi Dong left the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and surfaced from the water in the lake, she deactivated her spirit possession, because the Death Spider Emperor was simply too ugly. If it was not necessary, she truly did not want to use her spirit. "Where do you want to go?" A cold and majestic voice rang out. Bibi Dong, who had just poked her head out of the lake, felt her delicate body shudder, her heart stopped for an instant, and her pupils dilated in shock. The next moment, Bibi Dong's body uncontrollably floated up from the lake. A tall, middle-aged man with black hair draped behind him, looking high-spirited yet wearing a cold expression, appeared before her. "Yu Yuanjun. Bibi Dong, do you want to leave the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect?" Yu Yuanjun asked coldly. From the day Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaogang met, he had been worried that one day Bibi Dong would see through exactly what kind of character Yu Xiaogang possessed, and would become unwilling to stay with Yu Xiaogang to bear descendants for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect who possessed the Golden Sacred Dragon Spirit, were born with extraordinary talent, and could potentially reach a god position. It had been over a year since Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaogang were no longer as close as they were when they first entered the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Over such a long time, if the already worried Yu Yuanjun still could not discover Bibi Dong's odd behavior, then his brain really would be no different than having none at all. Therefore, early on, Yu Yuanjun had arranged for a direct lineage disciple of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect to secretly monitor Bibi Dong. After receiving the report from that Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect disciple and confirming that Bibi Dong truly intended to leave the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, he appeared to capture Bibi Dong. "Yu Yuanjun, you sent someone to monitor me." Bibi Dong's expression was extremely ugly. In the late-night hazy environment of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect where visibility was less than 5 meters, she was discovered the very first time she tried to escape, and it was Yu Yuanjun himself who came to catch her. Other than Yu Yuanjun secretly sending someone to monitor her, was there any other possibility? Yu Yuanjun was noncommittal and said, "In the rules of the Douluo continent, once you join a sect, you must serve the sect for life. From the moment you joined the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, you were a person of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect for your entire life. For these past 2.5 years, my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect has provided resources for you to cultivate, granted you the status of a core disciple of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and provided you with the best food, clothing, housing, and transportation for your life. Have we ever treated you unfairly in the slightest?" Bibi Dong shouted in a deep voice, "I don't want them. I can do without all of these. I am willing to give up the money, status, and resources I obtained from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, just let me leave the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect." Hearing Bibi Dong say this, as if the money, status, and resources the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect gave her were taken for granted, Yu Yuanjun was angered to the point of laughter. He stopped wasting words and dragged Bibi Dong back to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. In the Thunder Hall, the atmosphere appeared extremely oppressive. Yu Yuanjun, Yu Luomian, and a group of elders of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect who already knew what would happen in the future had gathered, along with Yu Xiaogang. "Donger, why do you want to leave the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect? Do you not love me anymore?" Yu Xiaogang was still in the state of viewing those sect disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect as if they were that group of ignorant students at Notting Academy, acting as he pleased within the sect, failing to recognize his own position. He realized that Bibi Dong was not as close to him as usual, but because he was busy fiercely consuming resources to advance toward being a 29th rank Spirit Grand Master, he did not have much time to spend with Bibi Dong. Plus, with the memory of his past life where Bibi Dong loved him until her death and confessed to him, he did not think too much of it. Bibi Dong revealed an expression of extreme disgust, looking at Yu Xiaogang with a hint of killing intent. "Get lost. A piece of trash like you, Yu Xiaogang, is worthy of talking about love. I, Bibi Dong, must have been blind to have taken a liking to you. You are simply a piece of trash who only knows how to plagiarize, is good for nothing, and is shameless." Yu Xiaogang clutched his chest, looking with extreme sorrow at Bibi Dong's fierce face, which was diametrically opposite to when she had first entered the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. He found it hard to even breathe. It was one thing for those disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect to misunderstand him, but Bibi Dong was the person he loved the most. Yet now, the person he loved the most was, like that group of disciples, stabbing his heart fiercely with a knife. Enough. Yu Yuanjun slapped his hand on the armrest, releasing his thick and domineering spirit power, causing the scene to fall silent. Yu Yuanjun had no intention of comforting Yu Xiaogang, because he had long known that even with Yu Xiaogang's rebirth, he was still mud that could not be plastered onto a wall. That he could succeed in his past life must have been a matter of luck. Choices are greater than effort, and even a pig in a strong wind can fly. It would be hard not to succeed. It was good to let Yu Xiaogang see Bibi Dong's current attitude clearly. Bibi Dong, from the moment you joined the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, you were a person of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect in life, and a ghost of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect in death. If you are willing to stay properly in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, after Xiaogang's 12-year-old coming-of-age ceremony, I will hold a wedding for you and Xiaogang. The descendants of you and Xiaogang will be the future sect master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and you will be the Grand Elder of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. If you still intend to flee from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, then you will get nothing. Not only will you get nothing, but I will also execute you for the crime of betraying the sect. Yu Yuanjun sighed inwardly. He finally understood some of Qian Xunji's thoughts from his past life. No wonder Qian Xunji, upon learning in his past life that Bibi Dong was throwing everything away to go to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect with Yu Xiaogang, went crazy. It would be a miracle if a person did not go crazy over this. Not to mention the God position legacy, Bibi Dong, such a super genius with twin spirits, could also combine with someone to produce super descendants with extraordinary talent. With Bibi Dong entering the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, the strength of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect would be greatly strengthened, and it would have powerful titled Douluo guarding it within 300 years, making it extremely prosperous. If the Spirit Master's world knew that the successor to the Supreme Pontiff of the Spirit Hall had been abducted by a piece of trash known to all in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, the Spirit Hall, the holy land of the Spirit Master's world, would instantly become the laughingstock of the entire Spirit Master's world. Yu Yuanjun hated evil, but for the sake of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, he ultimately had to compromise. Just like in the past life, when Yu Xiaogang released the 10 core competencies of martial spirits, that piece of theoretical knowledge which was full of loopholes and of little value, it increased the knowledge of commoner spirit masters and improved the opportunities for commoner spirit masters to achieve ascension, thereby moving the cake of almost all families in the Spirit Master's world. He had to let the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect join these families in the Spirit Master's world in mocking Yu Xiaogang's theories, and remove Yu Xiaogang's name from the ancestral records of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Below, upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's eyes were already crimson, her beautiful eyes were bloodshot, her face was ferocious, and her killing intent was monstrous. She had not expected that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was actually just like the Angel Clan, a group of dirty, despicable, shameless, hypocritical, disgusting beasts. She would slaughter the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect.